common sense and a reasonable argument. So, like, you watch the Twitter exchanges, people like defending the comp plan, saying, "Hey, shareholders voted for this. Yeah, it's a ton of money. It looks crazy, but shut up. Shareholders voted for it. Get over it." People are like, "Oh, you're just an Elon fan." It's like, no, it has nothing to do with that. So it's too bad there are some issues, and right now it happens to be Elon Musk. That's the flavor of the month. There will be another flavor, in the future, but it's too bad we can't have these conversations just based on their own merits and based on reason, and it has to go into this weird like cult like argument. And there's definitely, as you brought it up before, there's definitely a kind of an Elon fan base, but there's also an anti-Elon fan base that we have to remember as well, which is equally weird.
Yeah, it's I will say that yes, you're correct that um that specific argument went back to the same houses of pro Elon and anti Elon. But I will also say that when Elon is wrong, no one in the Elon stan base or Elon fan base is willing to call them out because they're really worried about what Elon will say about them. So I think like, or just like there's this cultish behavior. So I think it cuts both ways. That's the honest truth of this, which is the people that just support Elon or believe in Tesla, they're unwilling to call him out. And when anybody does call him out, even if they're a big supporter in general, they now become a traitor. There's like this incredibly cultish behavior, which I think is stupid. Paul?
Yeah, I think in his particular case, I'm just looking at it. Like I didn't realize this. He owns 2% of the company, which is obviously a huge dollar amount, but as a percentage of the company, it's it's not a massive number, and it comes down to how much does management own in these companies, right? In terms of how much stock do they hold that they have to hold. Obviously, if he leaves, like he could affect the price of the company, and he probably, if he had a larger percentage, obviously he wants to keep that 2% as the value as high as possible. But he must have taken a lot off the table at this point. And I think that's the question that you know that I'm sure the individuals look at, and then the stockholders also look at. It's if they leave, like they're tanking their own ownership if they have a massive ownership. If they don't have a massive ownership and they feel they can move on to something else, and they're not critical to the day to day, then it just becomes the that like looking at that balance of like if you leave, you affect the company, but you also affect your own ownership stake, and that's I think what balance that the individual does and the stockholders did as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be fascinating to watch whether Benioff stays at Salesforce and if he leaves, whether Salesforce is better off or worse off. I mean, he was the leader. Just for people to know, Salesforce is one of the most well-known customer relationship management CRM tools out there. But the days of SaaS are gone, and software as a service. All of those companies are doing awful right now, and honestly, they are at risk. People are looking for new interfaces. So think of Salesforce. Anybody here use Salesforce? I use it all the time. That's why. Yeah. So if you've used Salesforce or HubSpot or any of the other competing CRM tools, one of the hardest parts of that for the salespeople is that they actually have to enter in the data, right? There's a ton of data entry, there's a ton of manual work, and it's incredibly painful. And so when you look at most companies, a third of the time, and this is data that I've seen before, a third of the time of the salesperson is actually spent on admin work and CRM work. And so Salesforce is living in a bygone era. And Mark Benioff was a great leader in the SaaS ZERP sort of era. But the question now becomes, and I think that's why this plan was really rejected, is how does Salesforce, with all of this proprietary sales data, all this proprietary contact database, all this proprietary information, how does Salesforce evolve itself and become this much more AI-driven organization. And I think that that's what you're going to start seeing is a lot of these SaaS companies, aka software as a service companies, with just like traditional uh, software. How do they evolve completely with this new AI interface? I mean, SaaS companies are running now at single-digit multiples on revenue. I mean, it's crazy. And if you looked back 5 years, SaaS was all the rage. I mean, they were running at 20, 30x. And so to see them running at such a small multiple of revenue, by the way, we're seeing this in the venture capital side too. Your traditional software as a service companies that are built around businesses are getting awful multiples even in the earliest stages. And so we're just seeing a huge reversal in the market where people keep saying that software. Mark Andreessen famously said, "Software will eat the world." Well, um, uh, AI is eating software, and like we're seeing it right now, which is AI is the new interface for all things digital. So AI is eating the digital world, just like software ate the physical world. And I think that we're now sort of in this like new era. Now the question is, will AI be overhyped, and we're going to see software sort of make a renaissance by incorporating AI? High likelihood that that all these companies will be able to evolve because they have a lot of proprietary data. But man, it, it's gonna be interesting to see. I mean, people that are old enough remember before mobile how many other companies there were, and every 5 to 10 years you have this huge turnover of technology companies. Um, and there's been a lot of money being pumped into AI. We don't know who the winners are going to be in the
Yeah.
future.
Donish, what is your vision of what will be next in terms of, let's say, like a Salesforce company? Like what the tools they have built? Is it just going to be AI reading your email and your phone records and kind of populating all these databases, making all the notations and tracking everything directly without any human interaction, and then kind of like freeing up the person to, like, let's say a salesperson, to just do their job of selling and reaching out to clients, or having the system actually reach out to the clients directly, and the salesperson is just kind of the last, not the last mile, but like the last, you know, uh, the human interaction that's when it's needed. Like the agent kind of, maybe agents go out there, pull up the emails, send out the emails, get a person on the phone, and then okay, everything's ready. Here's your research, and go get on the phone with this person.
Dude, I have, it's funny. I think it's really, it's like asking in 1999 what the internet's going to be like in 2010. I think it's just like, it's incredibly challenging. And I think there's a lot of futurists out there that know a lot more than I do. If I was to guess in the next 5 years, again, anything past that for me is like way too, because, what's going to happen is it's just like the natural, just think about how the internet back in the day, people were using internet to reach people. Then people started, using the internet to evaluate and do procurement teams. And like, think of this AI stuff being like similar to the internet, where it in 1999, no one would have predicted that all of our youth would be spending like 80% of their time on the internet, right? And so, you wouldn't even meet if you told somebody in 1999 that people won't even meet at bars anymore, and that like 90% of people are meeting through apps. I think there's some things, like, again, talking about like basic things and CRMs, and they weren't even talking about customer relationship manager and management on the internet. They'd be like, why don't you just have like a little book that you would write it in, right? Like, I'm not even kidding. Think about how stupid you would sound if you told people that back then, right? But we know the crazy.
They had literal tickle folders.
Exactly.
You'd actually move the folder back
Exactly.
so that you got back to it at a certain date.
Exactly. And so the it's like crazy to somebody. They're like, why wouldn't you just write it down? It's just way too much work to put in a computer. I have to learn a computer to do this. And now like CRMs are critical. And it's because you can't think of second, third, fourth order. Salesforce is not just valuable for keeping contact info and tracking whether people have opened your emails and figuring out all these things. Salesforce is incredibly valuable for forecasting, right? Like taking all that data and the analytics that come with it, because now you have one corpus of data for your sales. Um, So to answer your question, Paul, I think it would be really hard for me to answer anything past like 5 years. I think in the next 5 years, we have AI agents that are doing 80% of the work, not just the admin work, but the actual outreach. And I think we have AI agents that are involved in the procurement side. So it'll be agents talking to agents in the next 5 years, in the minimum.
That's what we can say. AI talking to AI, and all the humans get to charge the batteries and make sure they
or
don't
be, or
unplug
be,
anything.
or be the batteries.
We're the pets now. We're the
Well,
pets.
well, or be the batteries like the
Oh
Matrix. But I was gonna say,
God.
actually, what will end up happening is there's a lot of fluff in the sales process, and maybe AI can help reduce sales cycles. I mean, like I think that's more likely than the other way. So what will happen is you'll have more matching happening ahead of these conversations today, and I think in general, for people that are not aware, enterprise sales, which is what Salesforce does, is significantly relationship driven. I mean, a lot of the softwares that we all like to believe that we have a free market, but a free market only makes sense if everybody has access to all the choices, right? Um, uh, in reality, like a lot of people are making decisions based on trust. And a lot of that trust is built on relationships. You can't use AI to replace trust, at least not yet. And so, again, I'm saying things that might be completely ridiculous 10, 15 years from now. And this is a fucking recorded space. And so, I'm just saying, like, ultimately, we don't know where this ends up. But in the short run, what I expect is Salesforce gets completely demolished by AI agents. And I think that's part of, by the way, Agent.ai is a company started by Dharmesh Patel, I believe is his last name. Actually, I don't know if his last name's Patel, but Dharmesh from HubSpot. He was one of the main, he was the CTO of HubSpot, or he's still the CTO of HubSpot. He literally made an AI agent website for fun because he's such a forward thinking leader. You should check it out. You can do crazy things with agents without knowing any code. And I think AI agents are clearly the thing that completely changes how all of us think about AI. We're all thinking about these large things. Knowledge is great, but laziness is like the greatest motivator. And AI agents allow humans to be lazy. Now, close your eyes and think about your high school class. How many of those people would have better lives if they had AI agents? Think about people you work with or you have worked with. How many of them could have used an AI agent, right? So now what it does is hard work is important, but now you can be lazy and have good outcomes. And I think that's going to make things crazy. All you need is a good idea, and you can have an AI agent working on it while you're watching TV and eating potato chips. Go ahead, Matthew.
I think one of the next logical steps that nobody really seems to talk about, while agents are great, I still think that there's going to be a massive opportunity for AI to create their own companies that humans will then be customers of. So instead of Salesforce being owned by Mark Benioff or the shareholders or the company, you could have an AI company that gets created that's just an entire CRM that engages in procurement, like you said, with all other kinds of software that can do that. And I think one of the things people don't necessarily recognize is that digital currencies would be the best way and the only way for these agents and these AI based companies to amass wealth. And pretty soon you'll be having unowned companies that have generated more money than Apple, like I think in the near future.
What do you mean by unowned?
Like an AI company will not have or need permission in order to create its own business. And that business could then transact in commerce with any other person or other entities. And therefore, it is not owned by any individual or any physical entity. So, in theory, you could have an unowned, well, I guess it would be owned by the AI, but
Yeah, I was
an
like,
unowned, yeah.
that's what I was like, nah, I don't think you can.
This is why I treat AI really nicely, so that when it takes over and owns unowned companies, that I still get clients and
Well,
stuff.
it's interesting because we heard, and I know we're off on a crazy tangent, but it's interesting, so I don't give a fuck. Sorry, Romy. I was gonna say, um, one of the things that's fascinating is that Elon Musk, while playing video games, in the middle of the night was talking about AGI, and he was like, well, he is convinced that AGI will be here in the next year or two. Now, I think his definition of AGI and the colloquial definition of AGI are very different. I think he's just talking about human level intelligence, right? Like, not like super intelligence that knows everything, which is what I think a lot of people think of when they think of AGI. But he was saying AGI will be here in the next year or two. I'm not even kidding. If you guys have watched the videos, and then he also said, "I hope they treat us nicely." And it's fascinating that people are already thinking that we're there. Of course, I'm very skeptical. I know, Justin, you've been very skeptical, but of AG of this like whole like movement of like AI is going to take over all our jobs, stuff like that. But I mean, I've been skeptical in the sense that like I believe AI will take over all our jobs. I just think our jobs will evolve. Just like the internet took over a lot of jobs. There used to be and software took over a lot of jobs. There used to be people whose entire jobs for like 30, 40, 50 years was drafting documents. Like they literally drafted physical documents. Like you would go to an architecture firm and there were these people called drafters. You go to an engineering firm and these people called drafters. I'm not kidding. There were
Draftsmen.
drafts. Oh, sorry. Or draftswomen. No, I'm just kidding. But yes, draftsmen. And so the idea here is literally, but that's who you went to draft documents. Doesn't that sound ridiculous now? And so the point is like there will be jobs that will go away, and that's how it goes. But I think they'll be replaced with hopefully better jobs. Now, I'm assuming those draftsmen felt like their jobs were great, but I hope that people see that that's not getting a phone call. But yeah, so.
Well, like you even think of another good example. I heard so many examples of like technology, evolving jobs and people getting better jobs. But even one I heard yesterday was, or maybe a couple weeks ago, was the people who paint backgrounds in movies. Like they actually painted backgrounds on glass, like the famous Obi-Wan Kenobi scene when he's like coming around the little giant column and he looks like he's miles above the core of the Death Star or whatever, and he's going to shut off the tractor beam. I think that's what it is. He's shutting off the tractor beam field. Hey, look at that! I remembered. Anyway, that whole like cavernous void below him was all painted on glass, and so CGI computers replaced all that. But because these people were artists, they got managerial and like executive positions telling people how to create the art and like shading and lighting, because people didn't, just because they had a computer doesn't mean they understand field of view and space and time and how light works, right? So this has been the how it works for thousands of years. Jobs. I don't like to say jobs get replaced. I like to say people evolve. People are constantly, part of having a thriving career in any time period, not just AI time period, is constantly evolving because technology is constantly evolving, and so people are constantly evolving. So that's not going to stop with AI. AI is going to do it too.
And I will say this to close this AI conversation. As you're looking at this and you're looking at the markets, obviously there are some great places where you can invest, right? The picks and shovels, like NVDA, because a lot of these companies are using NVIDIA. But know that a lot of that has already been priced in, right? And is there a world in which NVIDIA continues to go up at this dramatic rate? Sure. But there's also a lot of like interesting other spots where AI can be infused and create tremendous enterprise value. And I wouldn't sleep on that, right? Like don't just go chasing what everybody else is chasing. Everybody's focusing on the first order effects, right? And I think there's a lot of opportunity in second, third order effects. Um, and I think that's where the most interesting plays are going to be. If you could have gone back and invested in Walmart a long time ago, right? It would have been even, Walmart was sputtering for a little bit. Had you invested in Walmart before their acquisition of Jet.com, right, where they became Walmart.com, which was like now the big thing that drives their value, enterprise value, you would have seen that, hey, Walmart is a great investment. Amazon in the beginning was just like an online bookstore, but again, it's those types of places where the internet allowed them to become a full-on marketplace, and then AWS came. So it's really, really hard to pick what's going to happen 5, 10, 15 years down the road. But if you have any insights about which industries will be most affected by AI, and it's actually quite easy. I just kind of gave you guys a rubric that I'm probably going to use. And I haven't had enough time because of work. And there'll be a lot of big announcements coming out about my day job in the next few months. And like really exciting. And so, once that slows down, or at least like this time passes, I really want to think through like, okay, what is my thesis on what industries are actually going to be the most affected by AI and aren't clearly obvious, right? And then that's how you make like a long-term thesis. So if you're, do I think that industries like physical infrastructure are going to be affected by AI? Maybe. I don't think so. I don't think utility companies or real estate is going to be that affected. But other industries, like I just mentioned, Salesforce. Is there a world in which Salesforce can find its way through? Absolutely. And I think a lot of these software companies are either going to be disrupted or they're going to win really big because of AI. And I think like you just have to figure out how. I will say, who's really making a lot of money on AI? McKinsey. For this last year, 80% of their revenue. Did you see this article? Crazy. 80% of their revenue was on AI consulting. McKinsey, they don't know jack shit about AI, by the way. They're strategic consultants. But, remember that people, and this is what I'm trying to tell you, that's a second order effect. People don't know AI, so they're hiring McKinsey to figure it out. Do you know how stupid that is? But that's the world we live in, right? And so just know that there are second, third, fourth order effects, and then we should all be thinking about that. I actually think, and I'm going to say something that's going to get me in trouble, but I actually think that blockchain now suddenly becomes much more interesting because of AI. I think it was useless before AI. People don't like Matthew. Stop clapping. People see you clapping on that. Anything I say negative. But I think blockchain actually has custody of information is going to become very important. Like we're literally seeing right now. How often are you seeing a post already with the crappy AI that we have and asking yourself, is this real or is this AI? Does that happen to anybody here? It happens. It happens to me all the time, and maybe it's just because I'm not as discerning. But it's hard to know what's real. So it'd be really important to have from physical hardware all the way to the internet some form of custody, right? So now suddenly the hilarious part is that the only part of blockchain that actually is super valuable is just keeping track, maybe NFTs, but I don't think we need all of NFTs. I think we just need custody of information. So, again, this is sort of where there will be convergences happening. And if you're interested in that space, you should look at that. All right. Now, by the way, I said crypto and I said blockchains and NFTs once, and now suddenly we have like over 100 comments. This is the fucking problem with Twitter. All right. Outside of this, what I really wanted to focus on today was the second half of this year, because we can all predict what's going to happen in the next 5, 10 years. But this year is incredibly challenging to predict. I called the top a month ago. I will say it's been flat since then, which makes me happy, but it also has not been down since then, which makes me kind of surprised. We continue to coast in a range right now. Now, I will say when the market goes down 30, 40, 50%, which is what I'm expecting, and I know that I'm always a bear, but this time it's real. I'm very convinced there's like no way that we continue to see this rally with zero data and zero information, completely based on Fugazi. You can't have that for 3 years in a row. But wanted to take a step back and get others' opinions. So I'm actually going to go around the horn on what people think is going to happen for the rest of the year. And then we're actually going to, the JOLTS data doesn't come out until 10 a.m. I will be posting on my 10 a.m. Eastern. I will be posting it on my Twitter. So for people that don't follow any of us, you should follow everybody here. I'll be posting the JOLTS data as soon as it comes out. But Kristen, I'll go to you. What are your overall expectations and what sectors are you looking to invest in the second half of 2024?
I think it's the counterplays that you're looking at because everything has risen so high, and they were talking about the number of smaller companies who are really down. I had a percentage here. I can't find it. So, in terms of the economy, I mean, I'm looking at everything like the macro, the commercial real estate. That I just saw a story in the Real Deal, and they were saying that this one Los Angeles-based developer just is putting up two more properties, multifamily properties, which is a huge problem. They're putting them up for foreclosure today. That's now five properties that they have, and then there's another similar company that is also in trouble in the Dallas area. And Dallas is just one city. We've talked about a couple of cities within Texas. We've talked about New York, San Francisco. So that to me is a huge thing because I think it's a ripple effect. I think the derivatives that the banks have, the big banks have, is a huge concern. It's like 200 plus trillion. I mean, it's just after 200 in derivatives. So I think that's a problem. And you see all these other countries that are cracking down on illegal shorting. The United States isn't doing anything. I know some people think naked shorting doesn't exist, but it's a problem that other countries, like in particular South Korea, is really cracking down on because their own markets have been hurt badly by it. So I think all of these things are something that I'm watching.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to zig when others are zagging. David Nikoski, your thoughts on the rest of the year? Because again, the second half of this year seems very uncertain. But what I don't think anybody here, actually, I'm going to be interested to see, is going to claim that the second half of this year is going to be better than the first half. But David, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, breadth is not great. We are at underweights in manufacturing materials. We're market weight energy, market weight utilities. Some of these tech names, in my opinion, are just too extended to put new money to work. I mean, we've been bullish. We're still positive on the trend on it, within the semis, but I can see there. Um, and I pointed out, like the SOX index, which is the triple short semis, had like huge record volume in March. And recently, there was a few days that we almost doubled that volume. And that ushered in a nice pullback for us. Um, and you have many consecutive days where you exceeded that March volume level. So I'm seeing signs of some dissipation in tech overall. But again, you've had the software names. Many of them have reversed. We went constructive on many of the software names about 3 weeks ago. But again, I'm fearful of the concentration risk, and I think that's the biggest concern that I have looking at the overall market. So rates obviously moving up, dollar, just marking time, just moving sideways. But the big move in the 10-year, and reversing the twos and tens, that's usually where you get into problems, right? When you change that inversion, and they starting to flatten out. So something we're watching closely.
Where are you investing?
Energy looks very compelling to us. A lot of names, dipped through the 200-day and came back up through it. I'm seeing, signs of some reversal there. You see it in the XLE. XOP is on the cusp of it. But there's a lot of individual names that appear more attractive. So that's where we're finding at least a little solace in terms of putting new money to work.
Yeah. Matthew, your thoughts on the second half? Where are you recommending people are put their money, and how are you thinking about, is risk mitigation on your mind, or are you kind of still thinking that we've got some room to go up?
I think this is a great time for everybody to evaluate their positions and maybe take an exercise in risk management that I took yesterday, which was to put stop losses on every single position that I own pretty maybe 80% or 75% on the way down, just because I do believe that there could be some sort of shock that comes into the market, and if it happens, it's going to be pretty quick. And I typically have a portfolio that tends a little bit toward a higher beta, so those will be a little bit more volatile. So just doing a little bit of risk mitigation there, I think, is good. I do think that it'll be interesting to see, but I think we'll get at least one rate cut this year. I don't know. I think maybe the Democrats might be a little bit desperate at that point, and try to grease the market a little bit. I don't know if that's going to have a crazy amount of effort. But one thing, if the Democrats do win, one space I've kind of started to take a little bit of bites here and there is just on some interesting plays in the cannabis space, just because it was so oversold and had such a crazy 2017, 2018 time, like a big pump and dump. So a lot of these companies can be bought at like pretty bargain basement prices right now, and some of them are interesting from like a REIT perspective. They offer pretty solid dividends, aren't super volatile, which I think is interesting. I'm really looking also at stable coins and trying to understand how, like, we're focusing on high yield investment interest through like stable coins and borrowing and those kinds of things. So we're looking at ways to de-risk opportunities in Bitcoin and Ethereum specifically. I do have concerns about the overweighted space of AI, but so that's why I kind of tend a little bit more toward a little bit less away from NVIDIA and a little bit more toward things like ARM, which I think is a bit more of a pick and shovel in this space. And also from a blockchain side, Fetch AI is actually working to bring 3 different AI companies together in a larger AI consortium from a blockchain perspective. And as you mentioned, Danish, AI and blockchain play really well together. And so I think that could be of interest as well. And then the final thing that is of concern, of course, just on my mind, is sort of this yen dollar disparity, and just seeing now that it's touched its lowest level since like 1986. So that's always a little bit of a concern as well.
Yeah, Paul?
Yeah, I focus on credit, so I'm kind of looking at the consumer credit space and just private credit in general. And what I'm seeing is, we're still seeing that the consumer is stretched, but the opportunity or the demand for private credit is just increasing from the corporate side. So for business credit, for consumers are still spending and having trouble kind of keeping their quality of life, and so they're looking at lending or financing their purchases different ways. So my focus has always been kind of just trying to measure the quality of the borrower, whether it's a consumer or business, measure the value of the assets that may be being pledged. And I think there's just going to be continued demand for credit because banks are stepping away because of their own issues, and that's going to be and then why are banks stepping away? Because they have issues. And so I think we're going to see 2 things. We're going to see the increase in the demand for private credit, so maybe the rise in companies that provide for private credit or invest in private credit, and then banks releasing some of their problemed assets over time, unless the government provides some other mechanism to fund them or delay the sale of those kind of assets because of changes in accounting rules, changing in oversight, changing in regulatory. So I think that's the theme that I've been kind of following, and I'm going to continue to follow, is just banks and private credit.
Interesting. So you're just want to make sure I understand. So are you shorting the banks?
No, I'm not. I don't make any recommendations on specific companies, but I look for opportunities where they may need help, or there'll be opportunities to buy assets from banks.
Yeah. So you're not playing the equities market in general right now.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't play from a professional standpoint. I don't make any recommendations in there.
Yeah. Dwayne, how are you playing the markets? Actually, what do you think is going to happen, and how are you thinking about the second half? What would you recommend? Again, for anybody that's listening, it's not financial advice. I'm just kind of interested more than anything else.
Right. So one of the things that I've been looking at is the the prevalent geopolitical risks that we've seen at the first part of the year and now moving into the second half of the year. So, just looking at that, we've seen a lot of delays in the Red Sea. We've seen some disruptions on that side in regards to supplies, and that's affected the entire supply chain. So, regardless if it's retail or if it's commodities as well. So, one of the things I'm looking at is that and sort of the pressure that's going on supply versus demand. So despite all of these different disruptions that we've seen, demand has stayed resilient, whether that's for copper or some basic materials, and that's moved up the supply chain towards also some of the AI plays. I mean, although we're seeing pullbacks with NVIDIA, Broadcom, Marvel, etc., I don't think that overall trend is finished. And just looking at the resiliency here, I think there may be continue to be some problems with shipping, not necessarily physical shipping, but just some of the tariffs we're seeing put on here. So we're seeing, tariffs in Chinese imports with EVs. Indonesia is putting on some tariffs as well for some of their physical products as well, and we might see some more disruptions with supply. I think there's going to be an onset of supply coming this summer, which is going to make a lot of the commodities go sideways. But then we're going to continue into the same sort of demand trends moving into later October, November. At least what I'm just forecasting here. I do have an anticipation for a rate cut, which will also make things like gold continue to increase. So I'm basically looking at some of those plays and then looking at those plays down the supply chain. So we're seeing a bit of a divergence between, say, gold miners and some of the processors versus the actual price of the commodities, which tells me that moving later on into the year, that these are good plays to to basically take a look at. I think in regards to some of those plays, it will be more stock picking, where you're going to have to look at each particular company and see what their fundamentals are and see how much their exposure is to actual commodities and see if there's some leverage there.
Interesting. Eric, your thoughts?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'll be very cautious about the second half of this year for equities, especially. When you said a couple of weeks ago that we reached top, the conditions are such that there's not much more bullish. Yes, one or two rate cuts might come, but they're already priced in. So now the real bottom line on every company is going to come into play, and we still have that. And a lot of the S&P 500 companies, you've seen that the stocks have gone sideways. Some of them even going down. So that reality has been started to price in. But for the Mag 7 or whatever the AI companies, that hasn't set in yet. So when it does set in, whenever the music stops with them, then it'll hurt the index a lot. So I would be cautious going into H2.
Yeah. Justin, are you going to be a bull for H2?
It's another thing I don't know much about this morning. I'm not very helpful this morning, sadly.
There seems to be a theme. I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Justin.
There's definitely a theme. Absolutely. I'll admit it.
But how are you thinking about the second half of this year in terms of even sentiment? Justin, you got to unmute.
Just in general?
Yeah, just in general, in terms of what are you expecting in terms of the stock market? What are you expecting in terms of the economy? And it's okay if the answer is I don't know, but I suspect you have some thoughts.
Yeah, I expect a lot of volatility. I hope I'm very wrong, but and mostly based on the presidential election, because the reaction from even the party extremes, right? You have people, and I'm so sorry, I don't know how to pronounce the guy's name, but Sank, or is it Cenk on the I think it's probably Cenk Uygur on the Young Turks.
Yeah.
Like even he, which very very far left, even he is like saying this is insane. Like the party's lost their minds, and I'm having Republicans saying the same thing. I would imagine a lot of that fear translates into the markets, and based on the reaction, I don't know if it goes away when either one of them are elected. So that's kind of, I'm certainly not even following my own advice here. Well, this isn't advice, but I'm just.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, guys. Just a quick heads up here. We do have Tesla inventories about to commence in roughly 8 minutes. So I did cover half that short in the money for about 50-cent gain. And I did add to my nat gas at 1405 via Boyle. 1405 second entry. My average is now sitting at 1431. 1431. Next add on Boyle, I have 2 more entries. I'm willing to add around 1365 and 1335 on Boyle. Okay. So I still think nat gas is probably going to be due for a dead cat bounce. Pulled a bit off of Tesla just ahead of this fundamental data release. The VIX is at support. Oil is just absolutely ripping again.
If you listen to Twitter, real estate is falling off a cliff. It is in Dallas, and not even all of Dallas, not Frisco. We're talking about just north of the city. It's just, they build too much, all of this stuff. And Amy Nixon talks a lot about that. But across the country, are we going to see inventories skyrocket and prices drop right before an election? I'm just like a little bit skeptical. David Nikoski's like 100. Yeah. Are we going to see? Oh, wow. Okay, Robert, everybody thinks that we're going to see crazy flood of inventory, forced sellers, tons of price changes and price decreases in real estate this year, which, by the way, would be a really good, like, FU to the current president, right? Like, but I would be surprised if that happens. I would be in shock. But
Yeah,
your
I
thoughts,
mean,
Robert?
yeah, I would be surprised that it happens now. There are some markets across the country, in Miami, in Dallas, where they have overbuilt. I mean, there's some markets where home prices have doubled in the last 2 or 3 years. So there's going to be some market corrections to those markets, and they can feel a little bit drastic. But when you compare it to the last 2 or 3 years, it's not that drastic. But I mean, prices are going to hold the same. I mean, there's such a huge inventory shortage that it's just not going to be a massive inventory on there. But there will be more opportunities for people to negotiate where they're not having to pay over asking price and get in major bidding wars. But a lot of that has to do with the affordability issue and who can afford to buy in this high interest rate environment. So
Are we gonna see more buy downs? And because it's like sort of it's like a financial trick, right? Like you're like, oh, I'll give you a 3% interest rate, but like that's coming out of the seller's money, so it's like giving a lower price essentially, right? I mean, isn't that what a buy down
yeah,
kind of is? It's just like a fake
yeah.
financial trick for the seller to feel good about themselves.
It is. I mean, what's most commonly used right now are 3-2-1, 2-1, and 1 temporary buy downs, which is basically the seller paying your interest, 2% of your interest for the first year, 1% for the second year, and that kind of helps people get through this inflationary environment. They still have to qualify on the full payment and be aware that that's where it's going to be at. But it can save them $500 or $600 a month that first year.
But Robert, I'm sorry, I just want to confirm this. Isn't that giving us a fake sense of pricing? Because people are essentially paying your interest rates. So if let's say that was illegal, which obviously it shouldn't be, but let's say that was illegal, wouldn't we suddenly see a giant drop in real estate prices? Like, isn't this like sort of artificially keeping the numbers high?
Well, I mean, not really. I mean, you can offer a $10,000 price reduction on a house, or you can give someone a 2-1 buy down, and with that same $10,000, a $10,000 reduction in price is only going to drop someone's payment $60, $70 a month. It's not that drastic over a 30-year mortgage. So for a lot of people, it's more advantageous to do a temporary buy down. And with temporary buy downs, that money is never lost. So if rates should get better in 8 months, any of that unused portion goes to balance reduction. Unlike doing a permanent buy down where you're paying points to get a lower interest rate, there's a break even point on that. And if you refinance or sell before that break-even point, the bank keeps the money. So
I have a quick question. What if the seller doesn't pay? What happens to these 3-2-1 buy downs?
well, that's it. It's got to be negotiated on the sales contract. So that's part of the sales negotiation.
So the
The realtor
money
has
from
to
the sale
negotiate
actually
that.
goes into escrow? Just want to confirm.
Yeah, absolutely. It's on the contract. It's just like a seller giving money towards closing costs. They may negotiate $5,000 towards closing costs or $10,000 or something like that. It's just like that. It's put in the contract, escrow. And it's part of the escrow instructions.
But don't we
So that
think
goes.
then that interest rates are a broken mechanism for the housing industry completely? If you can literally skirt around it, for people that are listening and don't know what we're talking about, I'm just going to explain it, Robert, and then you can correct me. So one of the simplest ways to think about what's happening, traditionally, when interest rates went up, housing and mortgage demand went down, which has happened, obviously. But which means that people can't sell their homes because they have to move into a new home. So they're locked into their current rates. There's been such a huge difference. But also it means that people that want to buy homes are now suddenly paying crazy high payments for the same home that 2 years ago they'd be paying $500, $600, $700 a month less for because the interest rates are so high. So what people are doing is they're literally doing buy downs. So the seller is saying, hey, this is only a temporary problem. It's only a problem for 2 or 3 years. So why don't I just pay the difference between what you would have done had you bought it at 3% interest rate or whatever, and I'll pay the difference for a couple of years, and we'll just take it out of the final sale of the house. I won't drop the price of the home. I'll just take some money, put it into an escrow account, and every month you give your payment as if you have as if you have a 5% interest rate or 3%. I don't know. Buy downs can be crazy, but let's say it's a 5% interest rate. And then I'll pay the difference. And we'll only do this for a couple of years. And hopefully by that time, the interest rates are fine. Guys, like that means that interest rates don't work for housing anymore. They literally have thrown away all of our mechanisms for housing. The boomers win again. I'm just kidding. Robert.
No, but still, but hey, still, I mean, you got to understand with those. I mean, you have to qualify at the full interest.
Get ready for Tesla inventories.
7% interest rate. That's what the payment you're qualifying.
Never pay it because we know that interest rates can't stay high. Well, actually, that's not true. Maybe they will stay high because of these kind of crazy schemes, and we might end up in the 70s again. But again, the interest rates shouldn't stay high forever if the market was working as it should, right? Like, so essentially, you never felt a high interest rate.
Listen, the market feels a high interest rate, but you can kind of feel just how tight inventory is. The fact that
Tesla spike, guys. Look at Tesla spike. Whoa. This is why we use proper risk management, and you take things off ahead of time. What a spike. What a squeeze. Whoa, look at that volatility. That is crazy.
Smart they would, yeah. I mean,
buy downs are typically only for new homes. I mean, because the builder has
volatility.
Robert, is this only for new?
I mean, it's possible.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's common in this market. It's done quite a bit on pre-owned homes right now in this market.
So Robert, your prediction for the rest of the year is real estate will essentially range sideways.
Yeah, it's going to be sideways for the rest of the year. I don't see the Fed doing anything. Maybe at the very end of the year, maybe a quarter point decrease. But other than that, we'll see what happens here because they stopped running off about 65 billion a month in treasuries, and so starting last month, June, the Fed started buying back 35 billion a month in treasuries, along with Yellen and Treasury buying $9 billion a month. So this could be inflationary because they're now absorbing almost 14-15% of treasuries that come to market each month that the market doesn't have to absorb, which could push rates down. Just that alone can push rates down, but they're still holding up there at 7%. So we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah. I will end the show with my prediction. Now, I had the advantage of having listened to all your predictions, and then I get to make mine at the end, which means I can take the best pieces. But like I said a few weeks ago, we have hit the top. Whether people are like, oh, it's gone up 8 points since then. If you could go back to 2007, 2008, and say, hey, in 2007 or late 2007, early 2008, say, hey, I think we're at the top. People would be like, in 2010, would be like, hey, that was the top. So it doesn't matter whether we're 10 points off the top, guys. Like, in reality, we have two huge problems coming ahead of us. Consumer is weaker now and is getting weaker. Inflation is like a bad girlfriend. Inflation, it doesn't hurt you right away, but it could kill you. That's literally what's happening right now. We are getting tired. This is draining. We're getting drained. It takes time. And so literally it's just beating on us and beating on us. And the consumer is an idiot sometimes and will keep taking credit sometimes. Paul was mentioning about consumer credit. They're going to take credit cards. They're going to over leverage. They're going to make mistakes. They're going to be mean to their boss because inflation is going on and because gas at the pump is expensive. They might lose their jobs. There might be layoffs. All of this stuff that happens is going to take a toll on the consumer. Consumer is getting weaker. There's a bunch of different things. Growth is slowing down. I think, like I said earlier in the year, I think they're going to fake their way to not having a recession in 2024 because of elections. And I think we will have a severe impact in 2025. I think we're on route to a 2025, craziness. And I think we're going to see early signs of that today in the jobs data. I think JOLTS is going to be much worse than expected. I think Powell at ECB, by the way, ECB did cuts. And so Powell's going to have to go in front of the ECB and talk about why he's not doing cuts yet, which is also going to spook the markets. I think the markets are overly jubilant. I think we need some form of correction. I think we're going to look back and don't think of this as 2007, 2008, actually. Think of this as 2001. We are in 2000, 2001 right now. Everything looks similar. I was going to put together a thread this week comparing our numbers and the growth to 2000, 2001. This is insanity what's happening right now. It makes no sense for some of these stocks to be where they are. They just haven't earned it. Now, will they be there in 10 years? Absolutely. But they haven't earned it. Tesla being a great example of this. And so I'm just saying that ultimately, I expect for the second half, the investments I'm making, I'm investing in the VIX. I wanted to be very honest about that. I am investing in volatility. I think volatility is going to skyrocket in the second half of this year. VIX right now is trading at $12.60-something. Guys, it has never been more attractive than right now, in my opinion. I think anybody that's sitting there doesn't have to be a market genius, a financial genius, would say, hey, there's going to be a change. We are now at all-time highs when everybody feels malaise. You know what that means? Main Street is ahead of Wall Street. Wall Street is about to catch up. So just want to be clear about, I believe that we have hit the top on the S&P 500 for the next 6 months. Could there be a few small little all-time highs, 5 points here, 10 points there? Sure. But overall, we're going to see a major correction, hopefully a 10% relief, but probably more. And I think we're going to see volatility go up. So if I was going to put money anywhere, I would put money on inflation will continue to be stickier, which means the Fed will not be able to act, and we won't be able to get interest rate cuts like we want. I don't think we are going to be able to get interest rate cuts. I was the only one that was up here, maybe David Nikoski, that said there were not going to be interest rate cuts in the beginning of the year. If you guys all remember, they were saying 7. I'm telling you, this inflation issue is a big issue. Go to the grocery store. Prices are still going up fast. I think it'll be harder for them to cut than we think. The only thing that they could do is completely political, which I don't know if they're going to be able to do because they have to answer to their banks. Number two, I think consumer is going to get weaker faster than they think. And I think GDP is going to get worse faster than they think. And I think volatility is going to go up faster than they think. And there's no way that they can pay. They are working with lagging metrics. By the time the metrics come out, it'll be too late. So my prediction for the second half of this year is actually doom and gloom. And I know it sounds awful. And I know I've been beating that drum, but we're actually now at a position where financially it does not make sense. All right. With that, I will see
Real
you
briefly,
all.
just briefly,
Justin, I gotta go. I'm already
financial
late.
news. Just
All right. See you guys. We'll see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
I think he couldn't hear you.
Hey guys, yeah, Tesla's absolutely mooning off of the screen here. 221.10 pre-market high. Already crazy to think we're coming up into this downsloping resistance trend line. Pivot high to pivot, and we're now into that vicinity. So extraordinary move for sure. Off of its inventory numbers, the big question is, can it stick and hold? Can it stick and hold? Seeing that gas trying to form a bit of a cup and handle pattern. It is trying to firm up and break out here of a short-term inverse head and shoulders. So keep your eye on that gas. That is firming up. Interestingly enough, seeing NVIDIA declining more in the pre-market as Tesla's made a nice little rally. Guys, I just picked up some TSLQ. 28.39. 28.39. And I'll add basically every 40 cents or so. Right now we're seeing crude oil come down a touch here. It's still up about 0.68%. So it's still positive on the session. Still above prior day high of 83.81. So watch that 83.81 area on crude oil. If crude stays strong today, I think we're going to have to see rates move up again. We still have Powell speaking at roughly 9:18 a.m.
Really happy about for a very long time, and unfortunately, like you kind of said, it gets overshadowed. But once again, fastest business that's growing there, and then there is a market for them to be able to shake up the overall space when it comes to the technology out there. Man, it's just it's a wonderful company. So
it's hard to grow it a lot faster just because of the nature of how difficult it is to get interconnects to connect these large.
So guys, I think nat gas is going to be an interesting area today on the long side. I think EQT is also on watch. I'm looking for an entry at the open, EQT. We're seeing some small glimmers of natural gas trying to firm up here and break out of a little inverse head and shoulders, which you can see on the chart. Upside gives us a move to about 249. And then on a very, very bullish reversal, you could even try to test this 258, 259 zone. But nat gas is trying to firm up here off of the lows. So the actual Tesla number came in at 444,000 versus 439 estimate. And Tesla is popping up quite extraordinarily. So despite Tesla performing well, you still have the markets running into a bit of weakness. You have Microsoft, Apple, Google, Meta, NVDA. They're all down. They're all down in the pre-market. So the QQQ is not looking too hot right now. It has moved up off of the lows quite significantly, but we are set to gap down over a whole dollar, about $1.70 on the gap down. Question is, are we going to see the Qs get bought back up? And I'm going to be very interested to see how Tesla reacts at this area. There might be a little bit of a push intraday to break through this downsloping resistance, but there should be a decent amount of resistance in and around this 225 area.
And I know Jordan, Ace the Kid TA is doing a live trading one. I know Wolf Financial is doing a live trading one. I'm sure I know there's a Tesla space coming up today around noon with Wolf and Homars and everyone like that. So get excited for that one. I'll pop in there. So if you're following me, or I'm sure some of the other speakers, you'll see that at the top of your timeline. One thing I do want to shout out that I've actually been doing, I just started a stock picking competition for Q3, and it's actually trackable in real time. So I do own some Tesla in the portfolio. Not only did I buy some Tesla, but that's actually where I bought the 2x long single stock leveraged Tesla ETF, TSLT. Now, it's important to note with these are more for like people who kind of know what they're doing and swing trades, and there's a decay when you hold it overnight. So it's meant to get 2x the return of Tesla in each day. But to get that, there's a little bit of slippage. So, 3 months in, you might be at like 1.9% of holding, and like I don't know exactly how it works, but yeah. So if you want to follow that portfolio though, see how I do. Basically, see how I would construct a portfolio kind of for the long term. DM me the word Q3, or you can go up in the nest above. But if you DM me the word Q3, I will send you the link to see that portfolio, see the competition.
All right, guys, so jumping into things here, it's going to be imperative for Tesla to hold its gains, or else these QQQ market can actually sell off quite sharply. I'm seeing oil making a nice continuation move here. It does appear that we should see the Dixie have to be forced a little bit higher with oil this strong. Another day where oil's breaking out and confirming the breakout. So again, more inflationary expectations are likely to be priced in at some point. We are seeing, though, the long end of the curve underperform today, specifically around the 10-year yield. So we'll see if that stands to be the whole scenario for the day. But I do think that if Tesla loses some of these gains here in the pre-market, that's when we're going to really start to see the QQQ come under pressure, in my opinion. So let's see if it holds. And again, another factor is if nat gas starts to put in a reversal here, then you could potentially have two components in the energy front drastically weakening here, or sorry, drastically putting pressure, upward pressure on that inflationary narrative. I still think nat gas could put in a short-term bounce back up to above, 252, 258 on a optimistic bounce. But that price action of oil, in my opinion, is everything for the market. It's good to be long energy stocks. Good to be long energy stocks. And I do think that there's still a great arbitrage setup. Long energy, short tech. Tesla's starting to come in a little bit here. Just a touch. Nat gas still looking a little bit more firm in the near term. Oil softening up a bit, so maybe we'll see a rotation somewhat out of oil into nat gas. And the QQQ actually had that little inverse head and shoulders breakout yesterday, which, believe it or not, as of now is failing in the regular trading session. So if we look at what has occurred here, you had this little inverse head and shoulders that had tried breaking out, and now we've gapped right back down below this key trend line. So continue to watch this little trend line. We had a break above it here, which failed, dipped it right back lower. Then we had a little bit of an end day of squeeze, trying to push out and break out again. And it looks to me that that is failing in the near term. So very, very interesting. Very interesting. 3 minutes till the open. So nat gas taking a little bit of a breather in the near term. Same thing with Tesla. Tesla taking a bit of a breather here in the pre-market. Hitting a high there of 223 even, and now pulling in a bit. See, nat gas is trying to lose this little neckline zone. So big area for nat gas. NVDA is weakening more. Same thing with Tesla. Again, we did pick up some of that TSLQ at 28.39. So all eyes on Tesla. Does it hold? The bulls need to see a daily close back above this high. The bulls want to see it. So the high of that candle was 213.23. We'll actually mark that on the chart. 213.23. The bulls absolutely need to see a close above there. If we lose that price action, that prior day high, that's not a good sign. So 213.23 is the major support on Tesla. Nat gas softening a bit. NVIDIA falling here. NVIDIA is now gapping down from 124.30 all the way down to 121. So semiconductors are still seeing some pretty definitive selling. Markets are open, guys. Markets are open. Long nat gas. Long TSLQ. Long Boyle. Starter positions. Again, we have a half position in Boyle. Let's see. Tesla's still trying to catch a bit of a bid. Same thing with the Qs. Qs, though, are still underneath that neckline. Tesla's still maintaining positive price. Meta's breaking down, though. So we are seeing Meta coming into a bit of sell-side pressure. Microsoft's trying to bounce. Tesla's still continuing its little ascent here. Nat gas starting to slip here just a touch. A little bit of a potential reversal coming into Tesla. Nat gas also starting to fall. QQQ's still pushing here. Really strong push in the Qs. The Russell's lagging though. You have all indices negative except for the Russell. So there is a little bit of risk sentiment in the market here. People are willing to hold small caps here. Let's see if we want to see. Meta's making a nice reversal. NVIDIA is still lagging on the session. Natural gas is softening a little bit here. Yeah, my next add on Boyle is around 1365. 1365 I would add to my Boyle position. Financials are looking much stronger today. QQQ trying to go green. Strength from Meta. Microsoft firming up. Still have a lot of the mega caps weak, but between Tesla, AMD, we are seeing a little bit of strength creeping back in. Intel's making a nice little move higher. Oil's still trading at 84. It is testing support right now. Whole number support. Your prior day highs at 83.81. Look at the QQQ blistering. Interesting to see the Qs pushing up in full force. Again, still keep in mind that the Qs tried breaking out yesterday of this inverse. We're now trying to test this little breakout zone again. So it's a big spot for the QQQ. Rejection here, honestly, sells us back down to potentially your prior day low. I see a bit of a 10-minute chart pattern, head and shoulders on Apple, trying to potentially break down. 5-10 minute head and shoulders on Apple. We're coming down to the neckline right now. Has not triggered yet, but it's looking heavy. It's about a 1.2% down move potential. Nat gas, we're still waiting on nat gas via Boyle. TSLQ at 28.39. QQQ seeing a little bit of softening here. Let's see some of the market movers. VS, whoa, 64% on 24 million shares. Rivian's pushing here. Ocon, crypto stocks under a little bit of pressure this morning. Still quite a bit of red on the screen. Yields are soft though. PayPal's doing well today. Mobileye's doing well. Wow, look at that Max and Solar down 44%. That thing is just no love. No love for MAXN. Honestly, as a short-term high-risk play, it does look interesting. Max and Solar. Very speculative down here, but it does look interesting. Amazon starting to weaken. That could put some pressure on XLY. Google trying to break down here, triggering a bit of a bear flag. Meta's got a bit of a bear flag. Still have Microsoft trying to bounce off of the lows. Apple was saved at the neckline. Good morning, good morning. All right, so still all indices are negative except for the IWM. IWM is holding steady at the moment. Holding steady. Do have some weakness in semiconductors again today. Weakness in NVDA, strength in AMD, strength in SMCI. Tesla's still trying to push up here. In the face of things, 223 was Tesla's pre-market high. Let's see, Google still looking weak. Apple trying to turn the corner and go green. QQQ almost trying to go green itself. And it does appear that they're trying to, and looks like they stand a very good chance of going green. Huge spike in the Qs, more strength coming from Apple and Meta. C3 AI trying to go up. Yeah, I have a Boyle. I added to my Boyle position. My average is at 1432, but I added at 1406. And I have a TSLQ at 2839. 2839. So we entered in the pre-market. TSLQ at 28.39. Boyle average is 14.32. Still have room to add at 13.65 and 13.35 on Boyle. We're actually seeing oil starting to weaken here, so the dollar's weakening as well, which could set up potentially for a little bit of a near-term push. I'm watching it closely. Financials still very strong. VIX is still hitting some lower boundary support. Wow, look at that VIX. Guys, I just went long UVXY 2209, 2209, long UVXY 2209. This is a starter position. 1/4 entry UVXY. We're seeing Tesla coming in a touch here. TSLQ's moving up a little bit. Natural gas still stuck at 244. Yep, Powell's speaking. Powell is speaking. Dixie and yields are softening. See the QQQ. QQQ still trying to go green here. Sorry, it actually is green. SPY green, Q's green, Russell green. All indices have turned the corner and moved to the positive side. QQQ seeing a little bit of sellers creeping back in here. Seeing NVDA really making a nice push. QQQ trying to get above prior day high. That's a nice little bullish potential breakout. Nice amount of volume on the Qs. NVIDIA trying to push here. Financials are seeing a little bit of selling though. QQQ getting a nice 1 minute close above that prior day high. So that's technically a nice bullish sign. The question is, can it hold it? Natural gas seeing some more sellers. Excuse me. Gotta get some water.
I sold another contract here on NQ for 15 points.
Yes, by yesterday's high, sir. Q's also post market highs. What the fuck what the hell what just sold on my shit?
I'm trying to put a screenshot.
The VIX is trying to catch a small bid. Oil's testing that prior day high.
Oh, VF.
He says, "How do you think I know you're on that side?"
So oil falling here is actually supportive of the indices, the S&P 500 pushing.
Apple is just freaking insane, man.
What's
Holy
happening? I
moly.
haven't seen it.
117,
Send it.
280.
218 approaching.
220 approaching.
Yeah.
They might swap some IWMs for tomorrow, 203s.
Oh, man. I sold those puts earlier. Oh, what a spread.
So NVIDIA and the Qs are absolutely flying here. Apple's pushing, Microsoft's pushing to go green. NVIDIA and Microsoft still negative on the session. Broadcom slightly negative, but you have had a lot of strength creep back into the Qs, S&P, and Russell. The Russell's still leading the charge to the upside at the moment.
New high.
Yes. Let's get that bill breaker right here. See if we can. I mean, I'm just in a runner.
Vida. Shocking.
We are starting to see the Dixie trying to put in a bit of a 10-minute potential reversal. 10-minute bottoming tail trying.
No, Tesla coming in hot.
Yep, just cut the remainder there on Tesla.
Apple new high. It's hard for me to chase these. I'm already swing long, but damn.
Nat gas still coming down a bit. Oil, you losing prior day high.
By the way, I pinned up in the nest above what the portfolio, the competition portfolio looks like today this morning.
I'm in TSLQ now at 28.39. I covered most of my Tesla in the pre-market for a small gain. I put that in the stream chat earlier. So Tesla's still trying to push higher here at testing its pre-market high at 223 even was pre-market high. 223 even. And I'm seeing Amazon still lagging a little bit here. Amazon could be trying to lose pre-market low. A couple of the XLY stocks are running into a little bit of near-term pressure, but you have seen some good amount of flow creeping back into semis. My next ad on TSLQ is at $28. $28. I'll see if I can adjust the volume. Thanks, guys. All right, so the UVXY is catching a nice little bid here. So UVXY, again, we're long at 22.09, is catching a nice bid. That's telling us that people are still wanting to buy some downside protection in this market. Qs are getting rejected at that prior day high for the time being. Oil's bouncing at prior day high. So notice the correlation between the Qs and oil. I'm going to put this up here. Just take a quick look at this. So notice how oil's trying to be defended at prior day high, but the QQQ is getting rejected at prior day high. A little bit of a weird correlation between oil and the market right now, and that's due to inflationary expectations. But support, resistance. Support on oil, resistance on the Qs for the time being. Tesla's looking to go higher. It's actually breaking its pre-market high, so TSLA is going higher here. Again, $28 I'll add to TSLQ. Bitcoin is seeing a little bit of selling here. Yeah, Walgreens made a new low, but it's off of the lows here. It's at 1150. Trading on the session, still extremely oversold. A dead cat bounce on this name could still be anywhere between 5 and 15%. Nat gas is trying to still carve out that right shoulder potential. Again, natural gas is still trying to carve out that right shoulder potential. Hasn't given us that true little breakout, but it's trying. It's trying. It needs to test this neckline. TSLQ going lower. Tesla's pushing higher here. Again, $28 I'll add to my TSLQ. $28 I'll add to my TSLQ. Alright guys, I just added to my TSLQ, 27.99, 27.99. Tesla's just skyrocketing here, up 7% on the session. Quite extraordinary. My average is now sitting at 28.16. Next eye level is about 30 cents lower, around 27.70. And 27.40. Tesla's coming into that 225 downsloping resistance. It's basically into daily chart resistance right now on Tesla. Still have that UVXY, which is trying to firm up off of the lows here. UVXY is seeing a little bit. Still the Qs trying to recapture that prior day high. Look at this downsloping resistance now that we're running into on Tesla. Pretty big area. The fact that we're already there. QQQ still trying to get above that prior day high. No real move in nat gas yet. VIX is moving nicely for us as the QQQ is seeing some downward price action. QQQ still stuck under that prior day. And you can see you getting rejected off of it pretty sharply in the near term. UVXY is spiking. Oil still being defended at prior day high. Seeing nice move in copper stocks. Regional banks are still firm today. Valero up nicely again on the session. XOM slightly green. Nat gas again still trying to turn the corner. You have Nike back testing support right now, a little bit of its neckline breakout. So this is a big spot for Nike itself. Mobilize seeing some little bit of strength. Macy's slightly green. Freeport McMoran green. Amazon looks to be setting up a bear flag right off of its pre-market low. Google as well setting up a potential bear flag. Apple still looks super strong. Microsoft still looks okay. NVDA kind of mixed. NVIDIA needs to get above this 122.70 area for it to press for its gap fill. But right now it is getting rejected off that 122.70. QQQ trying to stage a bit of a bounce here. Let's see what the sector performance is in the market. Again, you have your XLK weak, XLP negative, and XLV negative. The rest of your sectors are green. Sorry, your communications are also negative. So if your two big sectors, your XLK, XLC, negative on the session, which is telling us that there's a bit of distribution going on in some of the mega caps. Your likes of Microsoft and NVIDIA, which are extremely heavy in XLK, Meta extremely heavy, Google obviously also heavy in XLC. So we are seeing a little bit of sell side in some of these S&P 500 sectors. But your strong sectors today, strongest is your energy, then your XOY, consumer discretionary because of Tesla. And then you have your regional banks doing fairly well today. And then utilities also doing fairly well. Sarfar is saying 227 on Tesla, silver moving. Silver's up, 1.18%. Gold's up 0.14%. And the Dixie's soft, right? The Dixie was green and then it rolled over to the negative side. You also have yields negative. So the fact that oil's moved lower, yields have moved lower, the Dixie's moved lower today actually supports a little bit of positive price action, and that's why we're seeing the Russell actually outperforming everything. But we're still seeing distribution in NVIDIA, which is a problem. That's a problem. As well as Meta. Meta is going through a bit of weakness itself. Still trying to hang on to the 500 level on Meta. But it is inside some pretty nasty volume bars. Apple's going for a new high of day.
All right, there you go. $170 per contract. A little bit of slippage there, but I'm going to skip.
Natural gas continuing to bleed here. Again, next add-on boil is 1365. 1365. VIX is still slightly green from our entry, but negative on this session. Nat gas making a new little intraday low there. Definitely a divergence is shaping up. We're seeing Amazon looking fairly weak here. That's shaping up for a bit of a breakdown. Amazon's trying to see some sellers. If it loses this pre-market low area of 195.92, we could see a move down to about 194 and change. Dixie's trying to catch a little bit of a spike here off of some 10 a.m. data. A little bit of a near-term spike. VIX is being sold into just a touch. Still seeing the Qs fighting that prior day high. Tesla's going higher. 2770 is my next ad on TSLQ, 2770. We're seeing NVIDIA really coming in here, trying to lose the 122. Apple, Microsoft still firm. Meta, Google still trying to reverse here. Oil still being defended off of prior day high as the Qs are getting rejected off of prior day high. So you have the S&P still negative on the session. Russell's up 0.4, Qs are up 0.8, so small caps are seeing more strength than your mega caps and large caps, which is telling us that investors are positioning themselves in a little bit more of the riskier trade as of now. Tesla going for another new high of day to almost hitting 226 there. Did it hit it? Yeah, I believe it did. 226. Nat gas trying to firm up here and turn the corner a bit. So QQQ also trying to turn the corner. Nice little move in nat gas coming into play. Is this going to be an inverse head and shoulders breakout? Potentially. Certainly looking a little bit more positive. Tesla's starting to rip even more now. Alright guys, I just added there 2770 to my TSLQ. 2770 to my TSLQ. Whoops. My average is now sitting at 27.98. Next ad is 30 cents lower, around 27.40. Apple, Microsoft still pushing here. Dixie's also spiking a little bit. You have yields also moving higher in the near term. So the Russell could come into a little bit of pressure here, especially with yields trying to bounce off of the lows here. Gold is looking to go briefly negative. Guys, I just took a high risk trade. It's a IWM 200 put. IWM 200 put. Got filled at 5 cents. Please size for loss. Hey, dang, no, the Tesla short was covered in the pre-market. I put in the chat in the live stream much earlier. So we're still seeing Tesla pushing 227 now. It's up over 8.15%. Definitely a bit of a squeeze going on here. Short squeeze. Dixie's also trying to spike here in the near term, guys. Look at the QQQ. That's still trying to press up and take out yesterday's little high pivot spike. If we look at the Dixie though, the Dixie's trying to turn the corner here in a pretty sharp way, which is a bit of an issue in my opinion, and why we're riding an IWM put option. Yields are also trying to firm up a touch here. Nat gas, still no reversal yet in nat gas. Crude oil slightly coming down. Tesla still managing to push higher and higher. Apple, Microsoft still gunning. Nvidia's where the weak spot is in the market. Still long the UVXY. Still have a Russell 200 put. Still have a test TSLQ at 27.98. A Boyle long at 14.32. That Dixie though, guys, you've now had the 3-month yield turn green on the session. So a little bit of firming up on the short end of the curve here. That Russell put is working out nicely. Again, we got filled at 5 cents on the Russell 200 put. Look at that Dixie spike though. That's a big, big reversal back in the dollar. And again, this could set up a potential move back up to 106. Okay, so we need to watch that carefully. A move back to 106 could potentially be coming into fruition here. A little bit of a head and shoulders here on the Qs. 1 minute time frame. Your neckline would now be observed through this little pivot. And if we break this, you can see they could rip the band-aid off of this market quickly by pushing us to 479.44. Let's look at the Russell here. Russell's also seeing a bit of distribution in the near term. Tesla coming in a touch. Oil's weakening. Dixie's firming. Again, Microsoft negative, NVDA negative. Apple still holding positive price structure. Bitcoin's breaking down. Just give me 1 second, guys. Surfers, I covered half. Sound is very low. Let's see if I can turn things up a bit. I covered half before the inventory numbers, and then we got that big spike up, and then a big wick down. On that big wick down, ended up getting out of it again just because of that huge spike in nature. But we're back in TSLQ at 27.98. Next entries at 27.40 on the short side. It was crazy action in Tesla. Oil's still underneath that prior day high, 83.81. It is losing it. It's actually almost gone back to the negative side. The VIX is still trying to move up off of the lows. 22.09 long entry on the VIX. Still riding a IWM 200 put as well. Seeing that Dixie trying to still keep pushing. Let's see if we get a breakdown in the Qs here. It did set up that right shoulder. Let's see if we get a breakdown, which takes us to about 479.40. Again, we're still under prior day low, but you're above pre-market high. So it's a mixed bag of tricks here in this session. Getting rejected off prior day high is not a good sign. Guys, the Russell's starting to move a little bit lower as well. So that IWM short is working out nicely. We just need Tesla to give up some price action here. But take a look at the Russell. The Russell not looking too hot, and this was signifying if we lose this little neckline on the Russell here, That's going to be a bad sign for the IWM because that shapes up a bit of a failed breakout. And you could actually have a very, very large bearish neckline here. If you break this neckline on the Russell, take a look at the downside of this potential pattern. It's about a 2.3% move down from the neckline, which puts us at roughly 196, so sub 200 again. And that's only if we break this little neckline. QQQ is trying to be saved here in the near term. Apple pushing for another new high. Nat gas coming a little bit lower. QQQ still trying to move higher here. The Dixie's also still trying to push. Financial's still strong. Very interesting. Well, if you're still stuck in, I mean, even if you only covered half surfers, you can use those profits to roll into it more at DCA, but it's going to be about maintaining and kind of almost mitigating the loss now. I do think it's still much, much more extended into daily chart resistance now. So I still see Tesla trying to pull back to about 217. Whether or not that happens today, the next week or so, I don't have the crystal ball, but again, if you can maneuver your average, obviously I'm short it via TSLQ, so I'm expecting some downside, but can you maneuver your average in a way that's not too risky? But again, we're still very, very extended on the charts, so. Financials still trying to move higher here. QQQ still trying to form potentially a little bit of a right shoulder, but it's still living to fight another day. You have Apple still strong, Google's trying to turn the corner, NVIDIA retested its lows and is being slightly defended. So Q's are trying to push up a little bit more. Tesla going for another new high of day there. NVIDIA is still firming up. Bitcoin breaking down here, looking a little bit heavier, losing prior day low for the time being. Does look like Bitcoin could potentially make a little bit of a move lower today if it keeps losing this prior day low. It is also setting up maybe a right shoulder here. You'll have some support at the low 62,000 area. Tesla's still ripping. Guys, I'm about to add to my TSLQ again. 2740. 2740. I will add to my TSLQ. QQQ still shaping up a potential right shoulder here. SOX Bear ETF has now turned the corner and gone green again, so the SOXS is also still shaping up a very large 4-hour or even the daily chart pattern, inverse head and shoulders, and if it breaks out, it does suggest a lot more downside for this QQQ market and semis. And if semis break down more, I mean, it's going to weigh on this whole market. All right, a little bit of reversal coming back down in Tesla, hitting, piercing that 228 level, 228.30-ish. The Russell's still maintaining its neckline. Amazon right now is coming down below pre-market low. If it loses that, you're looking at a potential move, believe it or not, all the way down to 192.88. That's your daily chart support. So keep your eye on Amazon. It's also showing us some signs of potentially weakening here. QQQ still being defended at that neckline. No real technical breakdown just yet. Tesla's still trying to charge higher here. I mean, your next major resistance on Tesla is your weekly 200 MA at 231.05. Tesla seeing a little bit of sellers on the 10-minute time frame. Same thing with Microsoft, NVDA. Microsoft's looking much heavier. Comments, I think we're still extended beyond belief. I see that SOXS breaking out, trying to break out of a daily chart inverse head and shoulders, or a 4-hour chart, whichever time frame you want to use. Hasn't confirmed the breakout. I'm seeing commodities trying to put in a little bit of a low or a reversal. I mean, oil's too strong this week. Nat gas is sold off nicely, but that, I believe, is due for a dead cat bounce. But overall, I have a net bias, short bias on equities, you know, for the next couple weeks for the time being. We're heading into FOMC, inflationary print. Again, everyone's been calling for rate cuts like the Bank of Canada, like the ECB, BOJ, PBOC. But I don't think the Fed is in a position to even cut rates yet. And that's what the long end of the curve has done this week. It's applied a bit more pressure to the short end of the curve. You're even seeing at the start of this session, you saw short end yields outperforming. Now the 2-year and 10-year are kind of just flat together. They're kind of even keeled by down by about 0.5%. But I think oil's just been too strong over the last couple weeks for the Fed to even consider a rate cut yet. And if this SOXS breaks out of this pattern that it's been developing for the last basically week or so, it has some pretty powerful momentum that it could trigger to the upside. I mean, the nice thing about this market is that for the bulls is that even though you're seeing rotation out of semis, you're seeing that money flow back into names like Tesla, consumer discretionary stocks. You know, as NVIDIA has rotated downwards, you've seen Microsoft make new highs, Apple near the highs, Google, Amazon near the highs. So it's not like the QQQ has truly given us a breakdown yet. It's still very extended. Fundamentals, technicals, in my opinion. VIX is going lower. Seeing oil weaken a little bit. Yep, I'm still holding a swing in SOXS. I am. And an NVDA short. Qs are still being defended at that neckline. But even though the Qs are bouncing, I still see that IWM looking like it wants to break down a little bit more here. Yeah, we're still riding a 200 put on the Russell. Tesla, I just added to my TSLQ there, guys. I just added to my TSLQ 2740. Average is now sitting at 2771. Tesla new high of day, pushing 228, almost at 229. Quite extraordinary. Microsoft, Apple still firm on the session. VIX is trying to go a little bit lower here in the near term. Tesla's still continuing to surge here. Almost hitting 230 now on Tesla. Ten-minute RSI is pushing above 85.8. Tesla's market cap sitting at roughly 730 billion. Alright guys, if Tesla hits 231, I'm going to add to my TSLQ. Final entry. If Tesla hits 231, which is around your weekly 200 MA, you now have the QQQ trying to push higher, whereas the Russell's still weakening. UVXY still trading sub 22. Tesla's above 230 at the moment. QQQ back above that prior day high. That's a nice little positive for the Qs. Back above its prior day high. You can see they are trying to negate this head and shoulders pattern on the Qs. It's very interesting. We're at the top of the wedge and trying to break out. So all indices are now green again. Do have the Dixie red, yields are red, VIX is red, oil's basically rolled over. So you have now positive tailwinds in place for these equity markets to push. But the question is, can Tesla still build on top of a 9.6, almost a 10% rally today? Apple's up 1.1. Can it hold most of its gains as we approach all-time high resistance? Microsoft still trading near all-time highs. And it did briefly make a new all-time high again. NVIDIA is still down 2.2%. SMCI is up 2.9%. AMD slightly negative. That's rolled over. Crypto stocks are negative. Amazon's negative. Google's slightly green, up about 13 cents. Meta's slightly red. QQQ still maintaining positive price. Bitcoin again testing hourly chart support, hitting that EMA 113 at 62,240, but it's still looking quite heavy. Bitcoin does appear like it's trying to come down a little bit more. Oil's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here, a minor bid. QQQ trying to break out here again of its wedge pattern. Testing a real solid breakout again as Tesla pushed back higher there, making a brief new wick high. Meta's trying to turn the corner and firm up as well. Alright, 231 tap on Tesla incoming. 231 tap on Tesla incoming. Alright guys, there it is. I just added to my TSLQ there. Just added to my TSLQ. So that was my final entry on TSLQ on the day trade side. My average is now sitting at 27.49. 27.49. So I'm down about 1.6%, 44 cents on the trade. We've now hit weekly chart resistance. Take a look at Bitcoin, guys. Bitcoin's really starting to sell off here. So BTC is seeing some considerable sell side pressure. BTC breaking down, looking very heavy in the face of things, testing 62K now. Just give me one second. So we're seeing nat gas trying to push up here. NVIDIA trying to push. Apple and Microsoft still pushing. QQQ, important 10-minute close. It is trying to spike here a little bit. Being defended at that prior day high on the Qs. Tesla still coming in a touch more. Again, the Russell did briefly go negative. Sorry, almost slightly negative. Still have NVIDIA down 1.7%, but it is trying to firm up here. Tesla seeing a little bit more selling. There goes our TSLQ. It's trying to turn the corner and go green. Again, I could still see Tesla trying to backtest at least 225 and even 222 today. Alright, we're now green on our Tesla position, and the QQQ making another little nasty reversal. If we lose this prior day high, I do think that the Qs could be in trouble. Your long boil, nice. Yeah, I'm long boil already as well. Only have a half position. My average is 1432, so I'm down on the position already. But that's okay. It's only a half position. UVXY catching another little spike. Tesla's starting to come in. Big sell side pressure in the Qs. Still have that IWM put, 200 put. A little bit more softening coming into Tesla. QQQ again being defended at that prior day. Apple, Microsoft still strong, but I am seeing Google, Meta coming in a touch here. I still think Amazon looks like a short setup here. It looks like it wants to trigger a bit of a bear flag on the 10-minute chart. So Amazon's looking very suspect here. It's looking like it wants to have a move back down to 194, 195. Qs though being defended. Still seeing the QQQ pushing up here. Again, Microsoft and Apple are just very strong on the session. Meta back to the negative side. Google's hanging on slight positive. Amazon's slightly negative. NVIDIA's still negative. Quite a bit of red on the screen still. You have had the Dow Jones transports, industrials, and retail go negative since this market has actually been grinding higher, which tells us that we're slowly getting some outperformance in mega cap tech. We're seeing the Russell and SPY having a little bit of broad rotation outwards. You know, the Russell was the strongest indice, and now the QQQ has recaptured that on the day, so a little bit more relative strength creeping back into mega cap tech. Dixie moving lower, QQQ trying to push higher here. Apple new high of day, now pushing 220 on Apple. Wow. Apple's gunning for a little bit of a new all-time high. Microsoft made it, so you would expect Apple to try to do that as well. It honestly looks like they're going to sell Tesla back down to 223. That's your pre-market high. So that's going to be your next area of support, is around 223 on Tesla. You'll have some support here at this 226, 225, 226 Pierce, but 223 would be a bigger support level for Tesla. It's your first Fibonacci retrace, and it's your pre-market high. So a couple little factors there. So what's interesting is, as Tesla's been falling here, TSLQ has now gone green for us. As Tesla's falling slightly, you've had the Q still stay elevated. Again, you'll have some support here at a Pierce of 226. That's your previous little daily chart neckline. That's your down sloping resistance. But your bigger area, in my opinion, is basically going to be this 223 area. That's where your pre-market high sits. But QQQ trying to stage another little bounce here. Let's see if it can finally get above this zone. Has had the dollar and oil move back lower. Does have nat gas weak, the VIX weak, yields weak. So for the time being, the market's not in a bad spot. Not in a bad spot at all, especially with Microsoft and Apple continuing to push here in the face of things. Apple's just a monster, now at 1.37%. What else we got going on here? Macy's breaking down a little bit. IWM's moving lower, guys. QQQ gunning for a new high here. QQQ now into a little bit of uncharted territory here. It is trying to continue its little ascent. Has triggered a bit of an inverse head and shoulders here. So left shoulder, head, right shoulder. And this is now looking a little bit more likely to keep pressing in the near term. The only hindrance is we're still extended on the daily time frames. Still inside of this high volume reversal zone, and you have a lot of resistance still trading into this 485 zone on the Qs. But nevertheless, QQQ intraday price is looking a little bit more firm. And the inverse has triggered, takes it to 486.60. Apple's going for that new all-time high. Doesn't look like the Qs are going to stop until Apple makes a new high. So Apple is just pumping and lifting the market, carrying it on its back. Maybe a potential head and shoulders on Tesla forming. It hasn't triggered yet, but a minor potential head and shoulders. This gives us roughly about a 1.95% move down. And look where that just so happens to take us, kind of into that 223 zone. So let's see if that wants to break down. And again, Tesla pulling back from the highs as the QQQ is firming up here. Apple and Microsoft taking a bit of a breather. Same thing with NVDA. Honestly, guys, the NVIDIA chart is looking fairly nasty. Fairly nasty at this point. The NVIDIA chart honestly has a daily chart head and shoulders pattern that is shaping up. We haven't triggered it yet, but this NVIDIA chart could be telling us that there's going to be some choppy waters in the Qs. See the daily chart of NVIDIA. Not looking too good from my perspective. If this turns out to be a head and shoulders here, let's actually just look at it on the 4-hour time frame. You can see there's a case for a 4-hour head and shoulders pattern that could be playing out on NVIDIA. Again, it hasn't broken and breached the neckline. It has not triggered it, but if it does, take a look at that potential downside. Takes us sub 100 back into the 95 zone. That's only if it triggers, guys. Only if it triggers. And there's quite a bit of support between there and the downside target. But not looking too good in my opinion, this chart. NVIDIA right now is trying to defend its pre-market low. Chewy today down about 2.44%. So Chewy seeing some downward pressure despite Roaring Kitty taking a position. NVIDIA is starting to weaken a touch more. Oil's now rolled over to the negative side. QQQ still trending. Dixie VIX yields all negative. Gold still slightly weak on the session. It's interesting to see gold weak despite the Dixie and yield soft. I mean, it's not down by much, but it's still slightly negative, which is kind of interesting to me. Tesla again testing that little neckline breakdown potential. Amazon's trying to firm up here, pushing for 197.40. Microsoft and Apple are starting to come in a touch. Bitcoin trying to be defended at 62K. Still have the IWM up to 0.21%, SPY's only up 0.8%, QQQ up 0.32%, so relative strength in mega cap tech. Apple's up 1.2%, NVIDIA down 2.1%, Microsoft just rolled over slightly negative. AMD's slightly green, SMCI's up about 3.65%, Tesla's up about 8.8%, Nat Gas down about 2%. You have the SOX ETF up slightly, 0.28%. Bitcoin down 1.3%. Meta's slightly negative, down by 0.2%. You have Google up by 0.25%. Amazon up by 30 cents. So really the big moves today in mega cap tech: Apple, NVIDIA, Tesla. Tesla's trying to grind here a little bit more. No technical breakdown yet. So market volatility is quietly slowing down here, but the QQQ is still just trying to grind candle after candle. It is putting in higher highs after higher lows. You are above your prior day high, which favors a continuation move. The Dixie has been sold back down to its lows of the session. Again, the 10-year yield is soft today along with the 2-year, but you're still seeing a bit of outperformance on the long end of the curve. So you're still seeing, despite yields negative on the session today, you're still seeing that yield curve inversion slowly narrowing between the 10 and 2s. Tesla pushing right back up. My next ad on the UVXY, guys, is around 2184. 2184. Honestly, for a day trade, I think UNG's at an interesting area. I'm already long Boyle. I'm down on the position as well. But I still have half a position to add into Boyle. I'm looking at adding at 1365 and around 1335. But it's not a bad area for a day tradable long. For a swing trade, I still think that it can go a little bit lower, nat gas. But for a day trade long, I do think it's at an interesting area here, nat gas. But I don't think it's quite ready. I mean, for a long-term holder, it's at an interesting area, I do think. But for day trade, yeah, definitely, I think it's going to get a dead cat bounce sooner or later. But just recognize that it's going through a pretty harsh sell-off right now, and I still have a potential downside to about 234, maybe even a pierce. And then if we lose this trend line, we're looking at a 618 retrace around this 221 area. So just understand, if you're using leverage, that this asset is notorious for overshooting both the downside and upside target. Okay. But I am liking the chart setup. You're getting a nice intraday divergence, a beautiful daily chart sell-off, consecutive sell-off, piercing that daily 200. So I do like it, but I think we just need to be careful. Be very, very careful with overloading the boat. Tesla's starting to see a little bit more sellers. Again, I'm still seeing the fact that the Russell 2000 is really weakened here in a big way. Really weakened here. Russell's still on watch for a potential larger head and shoulders pattern, but the QQQ just too strong at the moment. It's continuing to grind higher and higher. Again, Tesla's on the cusp of trying to break down again here. Not too much movement in the high short interest names in terms of the long side. Not too much liquidity other than Siri I'm seeing, but not too much movement in some of these high short interest names. Plug Power seeing a little bit of green. Carvana slightly green. Nova green. Sava Sciences slightly green. NVAX slightly green. C3 AI, that's slightly negative by about 0.73%. Canopy Growth, Aurora are negative, so marijuana stocks seeing a little bit of sell side today. WBA trying to turn the corner and put in a bit of a daily bottoming tail. WBA is trying to break out of a falling wedge pattern on the intraday time frames. That one's looking kind of interesting from a long standpoint. Oil's catching a nice little bounce as the QQQ's coming in a touch here. So oil is catching a bounce. The sound's really soft. I'm not too sure why. It's very odd. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Try to speak directly into the mic as well. How's that, Gabriel? How's the volume? A little bit better? Yeah, Peter, it has overshot a lot of levels. A lot of levels. A little bit of mixed price action in the airlines today. Mixed price action in financials. You do have some of the big boys like JPM, Citi, Bank of America green, but Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, TD, Deutsche Bank all red. So mixed price action across the board. Aluminum stocks doing well today. SMCI is your bright spot in the semiconductors as well as on semiconductor. Apple did briefly make a new all-time high there and is now seeing some sellers. So Apple made a brief new all-time high. It pierced the 220.20 level. Wicked all the way up to 220.30-ish and is now seeing some sellers. Perfect. Looking at some of these market movers today. Tesla again up 9%. Supermicro on semiconductor. Paramount, Generac seeing some strength. Etsy, Copart, GE. Some of the weakness. Lennar, so your home builders. DH Horton, Pulte Group. Some of your solar stocks seeing some weakness. So interest rate sensitive. Very interesting. Tesla obviously pushing and rallying. Uber seeing some weakness. I think that could be a pair trade opportunity ahead of the robo-taxi launch. You're probably seeing a lot of people piling into Tesla, shorting Uber. If that robo-taxi launch is successful, obviously it'll help Tesla stock in a dramatic way. There's a lot of disruption that it could lead to in the overall market. So Tesla's still trying to move higher here in the face of this market. Oil's bouncing back to 83.66, slightly green again on the session. Nat gas testing 243. Amazon seeing a pretty sharp reversal. Microsoft again is slightly negative. So a little bit of weakness creeping back into the Qs, but it's not hitting Tesla. You're seeing weakness in NVIDIA, Microsoft coming in hard, Apple, Meta now. Can you check URC breaking down weekly trend line? Yeah, let's take a look at URC quickly. Just give me 1 second with this name. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's going to break down. Definitely looks like it's going to break down here. Weekly trend line, you're saying you're hitting? Yeah, I can see that trend line there. I mean, technically you are hitting support, right? But it's looking like it's a little bit vulnerable, in my opinion. Just give me a second with this name. So weekly, let me go to the monthly chart. So not too much price. Look at the dump on the Qs. Yeah, this is a bearish chart. The fact that we lost this high volume reversal on the monthly, got reversed, confirmed. This one's in trouble. Look at the selling coming into the Qs, guys. Look at the selling coming into the Qs. That says the dollar's trying to firm back up. You're seeing some heavy price action in Amazon and the likes. Honestly, where I could see this one going to, this URC, is probably somewhere down to your 220 area. That's where it's looking likely to me. You'll have some near-term support at this double bottom. that likely could be traded, but not a healthy looking chart in my opinion. Not something I'm looking to get in on the long side just yet. Just want to see this. What's the market cap on URC? Uranium royalty. 372 million market cap, average volume 125K. So, I mean, not something I would short either. Again, if we look at uranium, uranium's honestly at an interesting spot. That daily 200 looks like there might be one more little flush. So I'm looking at entering around 28 bucks. Pierce of 28 bucks on uranium. That gets me kind of interested. But we are breaching some pretty key levels on URA that we need to be mindful of. And there is a head and shoulders pattern on watch on URA. This is the area that I'm looking at. I'm looking at it piercing this trend line, so pivot low to pivot low. I'm looking at it piercing this area on uranium before I consider a bit of a long trade. Tesla's still trying to push higher here. Big bounce back in the Qs. So a huge candle up there. Well, look at that volume on the Qs. Wow. What a candle. What a candle. The old saying, stocks take the staircase up and the elevator down. Well, this was the elevator up on that candle. Those types of candles always make me suspect. This 1 bar surges. Bitcoin looks like it's coming back down for another wave of selling. So watching BTC very closely still. Yeah, URA does look like it wants to go a little lower. UEC also be checked in conjunction. Yep. yeah, the whole complex would go lower together if uranium breaks a little bit lower. But I think there's a lot of support coming up in uranium. I'm still watching it on the long side. I haven't taken a position yet, but I'm watching it. I'm watching it closely. So what's interesting here, guys, an observation that I've just made is the 20 and 30-year yield have turned green. So long end of the curve applying more pressure to that yield curve. It is slowly trying to narrow that inversion. The long end of the curve is pricing in a bit more higher inflation expectations. Historically, that's not really a good sign for stocks, equities, bonds. Bitcoin again losing 62K, coming down. Qs are still strongest indice. The Russell's the second strongest, and then the SPY is lagging. Oil's trading at 83.70, trying to recapture that prior day high. NVIDIA's your weak mega cap on the session. Tesla's your strong mega cap. Tesla mooned off of its inventories. QQQ, big volume coming into the Qs there. Oil pushing right back up, guys. Oil is still continuing to push. seeing Tesla starting to come down a touch here. Guys, I did add to my VIX at 2186 UVXY. I added to my UVXY 2186. 2186. My average is now sitting at 2198. Guys, MAXN, Maxon Solar, it's down sharply today. It's a shit company. It looks like it might be going bankrupt, but it's at an area where it could get a huge 10 to 20% bounce, and it wouldn't mean really anything. But there's a tradable bounce there on MAXN. High risk. The amount of volume is insane. Its market cap is, trying to pierce the 10 million mark, but it's looking like an area of opportunity just for a dead cap bounce. But again, nothing of size. If you do take that trade, just understand it could easily go bankrupt. It could be delisted. It could have an announcement. So do not full port in that stock or ticker. I'm not even recommending it. I may or may not have just taken a small position, penny stocks. Just understand the inherent risk. Understand the inherent risk. Tesla's starting to come down a touch. QQQ still trying to push higher, candle after candle. And Tesla's starting to come in a touch. At the moment, the Dixie's trying to creep up slightly. VIX is making new lows. NVIDIA's had a nice little push, which has helped the Qs and semis. You have nat gas trying to turn a little bit of the corner here. Still weak on the session. It's just been trickling lower and lower. Nat gas still weak. Tesla's still testing that little neckline zone. QQQ is coming in a touch here. Yeah, nat gas is a positive divergence on the 30-minute. It's getting close. I mean, it should see a decent move eventually. Tesla still maintaining that neckline. Apple, Google running into that prior day high resistance. So you could see some weakness in XLC along with Meta running into that prior day weak high. So running into a little bit of resistance here. Nat gas trying to firm up a touch here. Oil weakening a little bit. Nat gas is trying to move up a little bit here, turn the corner a touch. QQQ still strong. S&P still lagging, NVDA lagging, Tesla still firm on the session. Nice little move coming up in Nat gas. If it can clear this 245 zone, then I do think we push to 247. So Nat gas trying to clear 245 zone. I am going to wrap up this stream here, go silent on the mic. I'll cue you into another little broadcast.
And then you won't get a lot of money at the start, but you might get. I think you should be able to get enough to pay for the subscription, where Twitter Blue is just free.
Oh, I don't have anywhere close to it.
Try and pump out some tweets for a little bit. Ask some questions. We'll comment on it. We could do it.
Dude, what
You guys
the
want to know
hell
how
is
many
Tesla
views?
doing? Why is it flagging out?
I don't get a crazy amount of money, and I'm getting a couple of views.
How many views you get in the last 3 months?
Take a guess. One guess, quick.
33 million.
I'm 40 million.
33. Yeah, I was gonna say they've been anywhere between 40 to 50 million, I think.
What the fuck? I was not
You
expecting
guys want to
that.
know? You want to know what the weekly ad payouts are for that?
$40.
So no, it's better than that. So for like 800 a month, or no, the lows were like 400 a month. The highs we're at the start of like.
Oh, you did? Wait, what tweet is this?
Nice little spike in Nat gas.
Shit. I never had one do that before. I was talking to someone yesterday. I'm like, this is the most toxic conversation I've ever had.
Now I'm surprised that that's the tweet that got up to 1 million. Yeah, pin it up though. I'll comment.
Just even thinking of it.
Dude, my dog.
Scaling here.
There you go, Frank.
Order filled.
I've gotten like 600,000 views before.
Yeah, this is like just the back test of this 2020 here. Might be.
Yeah.
Could just bounce here.
I'm flat. That was the trade.
Tesla testing that neckline again.
Apple, if it breaks, it was at all-time highs earlier. I think it was like 220.20 or something is what we need to get over.
Smoke weed every day.
There we go. I got it up top. Got it.
Oh, have you ever got something pinned up, or like sometimes it glitches for me where I can't?
Yeah, 50K away.
Where is this tweet?
It's being pinned allegedly.
Oh, bet.
Oh, a little Fibonacci cheat sheet. 4.2K likes a
Damn.
lot. 5.5K bookmarks. Damn.
How the fuck did that go that crazy? Holy shit. That's awesome. It's the simplicity of it.
That was a starter shot. Shark Summer.
That reminds me of like that chart pattern thing I posted a long time ago.
Nuts, I'm coming dressed like this to lunch, so you better be ready.
Yeah. Did you tell Frank about what I told you?
Yeah, I said you were gonna give him a big fat kiss.
On the lips.
Can't wait.
Shark, I'm gonna need a step ladder.
Hot Tua!
When I am in Nashville, I will be looking for the Hawk 2 girl. Yeah, I think
what are
she's
you
moving
looking
to
for
LA
there?
and like starting a podcast and shit.
Damn, might hit the opening range. Look at this. It really broke a lot more than I thought it was going to.
Tesla.
That's when I first bought it at 483 on Q's.
Tesla better retest that 21 EMA for the first
That
time
was
today.
the 15-minute orb. And yeah, Tesla's been cooking. So how good was their numbers this morning? I didn't check. I was too busy golfing.
They weren't amazing, but they were good. I mean, the thing is their estimates are so easily beatable right now. So
yeah, I think it was about the inventory levels now. Like they drew down a ton of inventory, so it's like okay.
Oh, they went lower?
Yeah, low.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's good.
I like entries off the 21 for an intraday scalp, not swinging, but like for a little scalpy, it could be good. First dip of the day down to it.
Garlic.
Did you see that Rivian to date has sold 93% of all their productive vehicles?
Hang on. No.
Yeah, that came out earlier today.
I saw Rivian popping. I just assumed it was on Tesla, like sympathy.
Definitely, yeah. But they also sent out something that they 93% of their vehicles that have been produced have been sold. Yeah, produced. Thank you.
Productive.
The brain is not there.
Oof, here it came. Wow, I'm surprised. Right into the figure here, open range high.
This was an interesting spot for SPY about 25 minutes ago.
Video broke 122. Looking good there.
There's an anonymous poll up in the nest above.
Let me see.
This is exactly like the short I tried to take earlier. It bounced up a little bit. I took it. It kind of sort of went in my favor, and then my face got ripped off instantly. It was like, bam! I'm like, oh no.
Ooh, looks like we're gonna come down to 76 a little bit further.
Oh, you know which one I voted for.
Uh-oh.
This guy stinks.
Might be setting up on a bear.
Yeah, it looks ugly. Paper, I grabbed the Qs before at 43 on the 15-minute orb. Because the only thing that rang in my head was buy every dip from you.
Hey man, you made
I was like, well, this seems like a good dip right at orb, and it worked out for 36%.
Yeah.
So thank you, sir.
You're welcome. I'll meet us.
Buy every dip, he said.
Couldn't get it.
I'm actually thinking about going for it again, but I want to see how we react, actually. I don't like how this one looks. May want to touch previous day high 42.49.
So this is where we get into the increasing vol season, right? Where like the intraday swings get really heavy. Like they can be deep.
What do you think about tomorrow and Friday?
I think it probably looks similar, unless it's. I think you get these red opens, then they get bought up, but green opens would probably be sold off. But you know, it's low volume, ultra low. The lower the volume, the crazier the moves can be. What are you sitting at? 11 million on SPY right now. Yeah. So, I mean, it could be one of those insane whippy days in general, or just environments with this type of low volume. Because if we're selling off and there's no buyers to be found, well, fuck, right? And if we're rallying and there's no sellers to be found, we just keep going.
That poll that you posted.
Yeah, that guy stinks.
Look at them.
I'm still on business. Otherwise, been quiet.
This is the 915 high here. But looking like we might traverse the whole freaking. We might do that thing.
Oh, it's lunchtime. That was the lunchtime seller. Then they do what they want, and the no-go boys come back in for the back half ripper. Yep. You've been found out.
What do I get for lunch?
Tuna melt. Meatball sandwich.
Nah. Go for some meatballs, but preferably only ones my mom makes or my wife makes. So.
Damn.
I just go for the handy dandy salsa fresca. Evan, you have one of those down there?
What?
Salsa Evan's up here. Yeah. Salsa fresca.
I have no idea what that is.
Evan might know, or even Frank might know, or Shark. I don't really think it's down there though.
What are you talking about?
Salsa fresca.
Salsa fresca.
Pico de gallo.
Oh, I mean, that's what I'm getting, some pico de gallo. Damn right.
Is that a Mexican?
Where do you live, Garlic?
It It is a cheaper, better, and the only type of Chipotle food that I'm getting. It is a Chipotle competitor.
The only Chipotle like thing that we have around here, I think, is called like Freebirds, and I don't think it's anywhere close. And
I
it's
haven't
not
heard that
really
one.
good.
That's got to be down there only. Yeah. Like I've heard people say Moe's and stuff like that. But Salsa Fresca is only in New York, Connecticut, and New Jersey. But I don't think it's anywhere remotely close to where
Where
you
do you
guys
live?
are, though. Like I live in New
Oh,
York,
you should
45
be getting
minutes
some
north of the
Greek
city.
halal something, or some halal something.
Well, I don't live, down there.
Oh, I didn't know. I
I
didn't
don't live
realize.
by the city. Yeah, I don't live by the city, so.
For me, I can't really get that, I guess. I would not mind some halal.
Is
But
Chewy going up? What's going on with Chewy?
She going up. I have no idea.
I need Roy and Katie to save me. Oh God, my lotto calls have been evaporated.
What did you get?
I don't know. Roy and Kitty, he said Chewy was the new Tesla.
Oh no, it
oh,
didn't
did he
get over
now?
free market lows. But the lotto calls have to be like in August.
Oh, Casey. I don't know if he's there.
Yes.
It's trying to do my spread, but I used all the funds on a spread today, so. But
It's just now trying to execute?
yeah,
Oh, well, it is Tuesday, so I guess it is valid until
yeah,
now.
it's
But
trying to
why
do it
wouldn't
right
it had
now.
executed them yesterday?
Yeah, no, it didn't work. I don't know. And then I contacted them, and then they fixed it, and it would work today, and it is working today. But I'm in a spread that at this point I don't want to open those anyway.
Shop over 65.
Your thing.
So like, if the market pulls back, does that mean that NVIDIA goes to the moon again as a safety trade? No.
3 million on November XLE calls.
So I got a question for all of the listeners. I just put out a recent tweet.
100 strike.
I'm asking if you guys understand my micro level strategy. I believe this is one of the best ways to trade 0-day contracts or quick scalping or day trading. But go ahead and give that a vote. I'm trying to determine if I should make some more educational content on this strategy. I'll go ahead and put it there. And if, regardless if you voted yes or no, if you are interested in learning more about the micro level strategy, go ahead and give me a follow. I'm going to be posting a lot of content about this strategy in the next couple of days.
Hello.
Possibly. Going to be posting a lot.
Leave behind.
Come on, shop. You want to give me a new high a day? Let's fucking go. Come on. Anywhere I am. Run it, run it. Run it up.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the interest is there for the micro levels. I'm going to be posting a lot of strategies based on my micro, or a lot of content explaining how I use these micro levels and how I
Frank,
find them.
Yeah.
Frank, watch the figure.
What do you mean the figure?
And down by 2,000.
You think it
Down by 9, and also like 19,975 area.
Oh, you think it's going to go down there? We're at
Very possible.
2078, right? You think it's going to go down where?
To 20K.
Really? Maybe. Yeah.
If we stay under 100.
It's crazy.
ES down to 55.15.
Yeah, I was looking in
5
like maybe
5.
55, 48 level, but we'll see.
I'll tell you, if it goes down there, I'll be a buyer.
Hell yeah.
And I know Sharpie's going to be a buyer too. So
545.65 for SPY. No, I'm about to leave. I'm about to drink some mojitos by the beach or something.
Let's go, Sharky. I'm already there.
Yeah, bounce on VWAP. 20 is testing now.
Off that, wow. The party's over.
I definitely
AMD looks
paper
good
handed
here.
the short.
Can I?
I paper handed that short. Fuck.
Same here. It's okay.
I'll be back, guys. I got to make a couple calls.
Sounds good, Frank.
So I'm looking at the poll that Emp put out, and it seems like the leading vote is this guy stinks when we're talking about Evan.
Oh,
I mean,
brother.
it seems like it's there by a
This
long
guy
shot.
stinks.
can I? Dude, shop. Turn it on. Yes.
To be fair, Evan told me to put out a poll to try to get more engagement.
Hey, you did exactly what he said.
Is Jordan speaking? I haven't heard Jordan this entire time.
Dad! He can't hear me.
I hear you. Yeah, Beat don't hear him
Father!
still?
No.
No, I don't.
Oh my god.
I've only heard Shark and Casey and
Hold
you.
on. Hold on. I'll fix it.
Amp, you're
I'll
a
be back.
10.
I am not.
I'll be back.
I kind of like the long.
Took profit on my short. It's probably a short again.
Sir Emperador.
There he is.
Hey. What's up, buddy? Shop about to make a new high a day for me? Ooh.
Is NVIDIA about to get going? Is that the back half trade
Back
today?
half trade.
I don't know. Some interesting break of structures, though.
Yep, is Max Milano, I might be saying that wrong. Is he on the peso?
Definitely not. Definitely not. I don't know who's on the actual like 1 peso coin, but probably beneath the Juarez on like the 500. It is.
Dude, I think I want to go to Mexico soon. I love Mexico. It's fun.
You should.
Yeah.
No matter where you choose, usually a pretty good
I
time.
haven't been in like 3-4 years. I've been to like Cancun. I've been to Tulum. What's the third touristy spot? I've been there too. Cabo.
Yeah, and Vallarta's nice, or Ixtapa if you're looking for like a kind of a touristy, but not as like crowded touristy, but still nice. Those are my 2 favorites.
Dude, I just like spending pesos.
Which-
It's kind of fun. I like spending anything that's not US dollars. It doesn't feel like it's real money sometimes, you know?
Yeah, it's wild. Which I mean, pesos is like a little bit closer, but I remember when I was in Costa Rica, it was like at the time like 500 colones for like $1. So like first day, I go to lunch and my bill was like 12,000, and I was like, holy shit, how much did I spend? And it was like $6.
I once spent 500,000 on a dinner.
Fucking what dinner was this?
Like,
Holy shit.
Where was yeah? Well, what,
Fuck, I
what
thought me
currency was
spending
that?
like $2,000 on dinner was baller. Fuck.
No, that is totally baller. So I was
God
in
damn.
Bali, Indonesia, and $1 is worth 16,000 rupiah. Keep in mind, I didn't say $500,000.
Yeah.
And I'm there, and we go into this place, and it's like a whole pizza, like a large pizza. It costs like 20,000 rupiah, and like we put it in the
Sounds
calculator.
like
It's like
I need to go out
$1.10.
there.
Dude, I went to Bali. I spent 1,000 on a plane. I stayed in like one of the nicest spots on the island. Like, I mean, I was getting a massage every night. I had a chef. I had a chauffeur.
Yeah.
I spent.
Oh, you were like a millionaire when you
Seriously.
landed. Like
I
automatic.
changed my 1,000 US, or no, I changed 1,500 US. But like, how much do you think 1,000 US gets you out there?
Fuck, dude. I don't even know. I have no idea.
Dude, at the time I did it, and they gave me 15.8 mil. And I'm
Whoa.
telling you, man, holding that
Yeah.
much paper is crazy, dude.
I bet, yeah.
Which the prices are wild too, though. Like, I don't know. It's so wild when you're somewhere like that and you're using like $1,000 bills and $2,000 bills or whatever in their currency.
Dude, the 1,000 is a coin.
Like, this is just made up money.
It's wild.
Yeah, it's all like you think it would be priced in, but it's really not, dude. Like I went out there, and I'm telling you, like the most expensive meal I had was like $4 or $5, and that's like.
Well, and yeah, that's the other thing is like the cost of living and stuff is so different too, because like you can go, you can go out to eat in Mexico in most places, and you spend $10 a person for a pretty solid meal.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Like I think
Which
Southeast
you
Asia's
can't
the
even
cheapest.
go to Taco Bell for $10 here.
In Miami, you could get like maybe 2.5 tacos for that.
That's
Like
because you have the
chips and salsa.
authentic Taco Bell in Mexico. It's more expensive.
Yeah, one of the first places I went the other day when I got home was Taco
They got
Bell.
Chipotle in Mexico.
I had some. No,
Huh,
never.
that's funny.
I would burn it to the ground if they did that.
All right, I am actually going to head out for a little bit, putting the twins down for a nap, and then I'm going to go hit the gym and get some lunch. So I put my Peakbot link and full charts, or sorry, full accounts there at the top of Spaces. It is absolutely printing more money this week, every single freaking week with these these credit spreads. So I'll put the link up there if you want to check them out. I'm going to go to the gym and be back probably for power hour. So I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Get a good lift in, dude.
Yes, sir. Always.
I think it's important that every single trader or everybody who wants to learn how to trade has some sense of physical activity every day. You know, it kind of really helps channel your emotions. It's very therapeutical to lift.
Calamari. 15% on shop. I might take a trim at new high a day if we get it here.
Yo, Evan, you saw the poll that Emp put out? Look at the results now.
Yeah, I saw Shark put an LOL below it. Let's see.
That's
I was
what you're
close. It
gonna tell me?
was a big "this guy stinks" for a little.
This
He's
guy
the best
stinks
is
is
caught
still
up.
winning.
He's the best is not. Watch out. Long poll.
Guess which one I voted?
This guy stinks.
No, I voted he's the best.
Nice. That's what I voted too. You know, Six Flags and Cedar Fair have officially completed their merger.
Yo, honestly, it would be worse if Questionable Tastes was winning. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Can I vote on my own poll?
No.
That sucks. I would have gone with questionable taste. I like how this guy stinks has got more than half. It's more than the other two combined. Oh, brother.
I'm looking for a picture for that Six Flags, whatever merger.
Dude, I did 100 pull-ups on Sunday, and I've never been more sore in my life.
Jordan does 55 a day. It's morning ritual.
Seriously. That's pretty gnarly.
You see the six-pack photos he's posting?
No, I don't, to be honest, but
Nah,
if
he's Jordan's a big thirst trap guy.
What, we doing thirst traps?
I told him about your morning pull-up routine.
Oh, yeah.
You do 55 pull-ups every morning?
Still on the back of the boat. No, I do not. I do 100 push-ups every day, though. That's just mandatory.
You know, I tried
doing.
I tried doing 200 a day, and like a bunch of my friends, we all like tried doing this, but we noticed that like before we even made it a month into the challenge, we tried doing it for 100 days. Before we made it even a month into the challenge, it was starting to like mess with our actual workouts, like just being sore from doing 200 a day.
Really? I don't
Yeah.
even get sore from the 100 push-ups anymore, to be honest.
I mean, but if you do it collectively and repetitively every single day, like it's just your chest is never going to be full.
Well, it's been what, a year now I've been doing that, I think.
Oh, you're a bitch. That's what he just
I
said.
haven't felt no
I
nothing.
challenge you
Been
to up
good.
it to 200 and do it for 100 days.
I could be down. That just means I do an extra set of 20, 25 here and there throughout the day. That's all right.
All right, I'll do the challenge with you. Let's start it today.
All right.
All right, bet, man.
Down for it.
I think you guys are pussies. 300 in a day.
Dude, that's
But I
so
think
it's very doable for sure.
Oh
definitely
no!
more
You
Wait,
just got to
bunch
split it
money.
up throughout your day. It's not bad at all.
I looked at the poll and questionable taste is coming back up now.
Mine's not refreshing. Wow, questionable taste is coming up, but this guy stinks is still above 50%.
Yeah, it is lunchtime. I mean,
Shop new high day. Bing bong.
Evan, how's the comp port doing?
look.
I'm trimming 2 of shop, holding 8 contracts.
Let me check on Shopify. Competition portfolio, $38.
Nice.
What's yours?
51.
Nice. Shopify, nice. That's a ramp up there.
Yeah, that's a nice ramp. Daily 21 yesterday we bought off of. It ended up
21.1.
closing above, so I stayed in for the swing. This is not the real move, though. I mean, the real move is to come. If you look at the weekly chart on Shop, it's just consolidating over that 9 EMA. I think we get a huge pop through that $68, head towards that 70 at some point. It's just this can consolidate all week if it wants to. So, but I'll take a little bit of profit since I did add this morning to that position. Only sold 2 contracts, though. I'm still holding majority, 8 of them.
Shopify. 65. What's the all time high on Shopify?
Ooh,
I could look, but I'm looking at other stuff.
well, we hit it. Oh wait,
So
no, it is 176.29.
that's
That
ridiculous.
was 2021. That happened.
That's funny.
That's why.
Hey, maybe one day.
Maybe one day. All I'm looking
day.
for really is if we can get over this half gap that we've been rejecting, the daily level at 68. If we can get over that, I see us at least getting close to filling that $75. But we got to get over that half gap first. That half gap has been a big problem. So even if I just catch the move up to the half gap and we reject, that's still a decent play. I'll take it. But I'm definitely going to hold some contracts for that actual breakout. Here we go, Shop. Okay. All right. Making it a decent day.
Huh. Don't you love when you're scrolling on your timeline and like you see somebody post something that was old, like it's like 20 hours ago or something, and it's something that was super wrong?
You're like, brother, that is not correct.
I see some people like saying negative things about Tesla yesterday. Huh.
The thing is again, like, what's left, right? NVDA, gone. Amazon's I mean, you could say Dell, but look at Dell. Yeah, sure, Dell, but look where it's at.
Is paper gains up here, or were you just saying that?
No, somebody in my
I don't see
chat
paper.
said, "What about Dell?" And I'm like, "Well, Dell's
Oh,
up
okay.
84% this year. Again, what is the most enticing to big investors? Something that's down on the year, not up. After everything,
I wish Tesla was up like 4% today and was up like 5% tomorrow, type thing. You know,
About
instead of just
AMD.
9% today.
AMD has room.
Yeah, it's tough. It has room for a reason. I've bought a little bit,
AMD
but
does have room,
I don't know.
but it has already also done what? What was that high that we hit this year? What percentage was that for the year? Let's see. Oh fuck, that's the wrong thing. But yeah, I mean, AMD is one I guess they could definitely rotate into. It's just after being up
It's tough when you're proven
244%
to
on the year,
be.
I don't think that's the most enticing.
I think the expectations changed for AMD from there on the bleeding edge to, wow, are they 2 years behind? So it's not a good realization to be having. We'll see. They could turn it around at any
Yeah,
point.
absolutely.
But that's a little bit rougher than a Tesla, in my opinion. I've added a little slowly on AMD. I think it's a story that I still think there's a rising tide lifting all boats there.
Yeah.
And Lisa Su has shown that she can get it together, but I don't know. I do not know.
I personally think the beatdown on Tesla is over for a while, but I mean, we'll see. I could be wrong, but I think it
You buying some
got
TSLT? You going some 2x long? You think this is a swing trade?
not here. Not I can't here. There's gonna be dip days.
I wish this was yesterday.
Yeah, there's gonna be dip days. You know, any dip days, I'll be loading up some August calls probably. But I need a solid dip. I'm not like there was that intraday dip to the 21. That was a great ad spot for a little scalp. I just can't take a swing there. I gotta wait.
There are some big dates coming up. We have earnings on the 23rd, I think it was, they announced today, and then we also have August 8th as their delivery event too.
Yeah.
So nope, as their robotaxi event. So two catalysts coming up: earnings 23rd, robotaxi event the
Yep.
8th, August 8th.
So I'm thinking I could get 1 or 2 dip days, you know, at least before all that goes. That'll give me some solid entry spots and fucking load it up. I want to be long for those going into them, or at least up until them. You know what I mean? For the most part.
Yeah.
For the catalyst, but we'll see. I mean, everything can change very quickly, so.
Everything can change very quickly.
I think a lot of people.
Tesla, like I said, it was getting look like it want to break down a little bit. Nope, 10% back up.
Dude, that bounce off the
Back up to
yearly
10%
9
on the day.
EMA is huge to me. I mean, when we were down there, we dropped slightly below it. The fact that they bought that up above that is a huge tell for me. Simple, just looking at higher time frame EMAs and shit.
All right, now I'm gonna tell everyone: go up in the nest and above, vote on the poll. He's the best, and let's let the one that should win. Let's show them the power. He's the best on the poll pinned up in the nest.
Show them the power.
I'm watching the volume too for TSLT. It'll be close, but it might be the all-time high. 16.2 is what the all-time high is. 11.3
I
is
forgot.
what it is
Technically,
today.
yeah, that can hit an all-time high very quickly because it hasn't been.
That's a volume,
out,
yeah. Oh no, the stock price not near an all-time high. Look at it. Actually,
I
zoom
know.
out.
But wouldn't it be easier for that's going to be easier? Yeah, it'll be easier for that to hit all-time high than actual Tesla first because it's only been out since last year.
Yeah.
We're technically only.
Yeah.
I mean, only is a strong word, but we're 66% away from all-time highs for TSLT.
Tesla has some levels when I'm looking out a little bit, like one in December on 250. I mean, I guess that looks like. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm stupid. What's the next level here, you guys see?
I mean, I'm just looking left, I do see some resistance from October in 2022 where we rejected like that
206.
235 area. We rejected that 9 EMA at the time and made a big move down from there.
I'm long QQQ 44 calls for tomorrow.
And then 250 is just psychological big level.
Jordan, are you doing spaces tomorrow?
Yes. Yes, I
All
should
day,
be
9 to 5
9
p.m.
to 5. Fuck. Woo.
I will not be
And
here
I'm
until
talking
5.
Pacific.
Are you going to get the FSD on your Tesla? Probably not right away. I just don't need it right now. Maybe if I get annoyed and I really want it, I'll just download it. But I just don't have a reason for full FSD. Spend
Pirate
$8,000
it.
on it right now. So I'll probably just
There's
roll
that.
with normal autopilot for a little bit. I don't know. I've used autopilot. That's all I really need. But I'm sure
Emp, are you actually long?
FSD will be fun.
Canaccord raises price target on Tesla.
Guys, I said this earlier, but I'm going to go ahead and say it again. If you scroll around on the top, you'll see I put a poll out there. I'm asking people if they understand my micro level strategy. I'm getting a lot more no's than I anticipated, so I'm going to be putting out some educational material. If you're interested in learning how to scalp 0-day options on micro levels, which the strategy is basically about keeping it tight and keeping a tight stop, go ahead and give me a follow. I'll be posting a lot of content about this topic in the next couple of days over this large weekend. But go ahead, check that out, and be sure to vote on that poll. I would like to see if there's anybody else that doesn't understand it, or if there's more people that don't understand it. Anybody make any predictions on Predictogram today? I'm not hearing anyone saying anything.
Yeah, you really hate the silence too. Sorry, I was writing a tweet.
Yeah, I can't stand
I
it.
made a couple. Not that many. I'm keeping the streak going.
I got
Frank might be requesting to come up, but I'm sure people are doing their
No,
thing.
I'm
This is
here.
what the middle of the day feels
I'm
like.
here.
Oh, I see him as a listener. Great job, Spaces, but yeah. It is what it is. Okay, he's the best.
What's up,
That's
Eva?
a cow, all right. Yo, also just a heads up for anybody who's following me. I noticed I got a decent amount of followers in the last couple hours. I do not charge for a paid service. I do not have a paid Discord. I do not charge for one-on-ones. Anybody who's DMing you asking for crypto, which is what I noticed the trend of what they're specifically asking, that is not me. Everything is free. Discord is free. Alerts are free. Live voice on Wolf Spaces or Jordan Spaces is free. Don't send anybody crypto. Stay away from these guys. They're on my back though.
If they're asking for nudes, confirmed it is Stock Sniper though.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I hear you, Em. I'm not. Oh.
Oh, okay. I don't hear Imp. I only heard the thing, but that's what you were talking about.
My internet's been glitching out.
That's the worst, and I feel like the internet always goes out at the most inconvenient times, at least for me.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't sure if it was Spaces glitching out or what, but message for Knots from Imp, he was saying that he blindly followed you and you better not mess with him.
He blindly followed me?
No, Knots. I think it was regards to the QQQ calls.
Hate it. I honestly anticipate this afternoon to be extremely low volume because tomorrow's a half day and the next day is America's birthday. So I presume that we're going to be seeing a lot of people just wait until next week to deploy capital. Do you guys ever get Discord raids? Am I the only one that like experiences this?
What's up?
You ever get a Discord raid?
You can do that? I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's like a what's the best way to put it? It's like
You're
imagine
talking
it's
about
like hostile takeover.
You're talking like bots?
Yeah, like I just got a notification on my Discord that 25 people tried to
Yeah,
join
so that's
in 1 minute.
like borderline DDoS attack on certain service. Do you have like a bot capture? And I know for some of my other friends who have.
Yeah, it notified me that about this, and like I can
Yeah.
take security actions on it. Discord's awesome that it does this nowadays. Like back when I was running my old Discord, this wasn't really around.
It
And
wasn't
like
there. It didn't have
yeah,
this feature. Yeah, it was a pain in the ass. Now it's fine.
I remember once like I was at a comedy show and I was drunk off my ass and like I get a call from like somebody on my team and I text him like, yo, I'll call you back in a bit, and I get two more calls from him and I'm like, you know who Shane Gillis is? I'm sure you guys all know who that is. I was at Shane Gillis show and I had to go outside and sit on the phone and like handle this Discord raid by banning probably like 5,000 members joined in the matter of 10 minutes. And
Jeez,
Discord did
that is
nothing to stop them.
rough.
Dude, and I'm like hammered, dude. Like I'm like seeing two phones in front of me.
Homie sauced up seeing all this movement going on. He's like, what is this? What the fuck is going on?
Yeah,
I'd
crazy.
be tripping out too.
And they were all like posting a bunch of like NSFW content, you know, a bunch of
Oh, of
scamming
course,
links.
yeah, just ruining everything. Jeez. You broke my heart. Boom, boom, boom.
Um, I wouldn't necessarily cut any losses on 7-5 calls if I had some. You know, again, this is just my opinion. I'm not saying what you should actually do. Nothing I say is actual financial advice. But like I could still see it trading higher. Like if I were to bet on it, the stock either going up or down, I would honestly bet on it continuing to go higher, but I think it's going to be a slow move up. My concern if I were in calls or puts right now. Yeah, that's a triple horn from M. That's got to mean something. Does three
Yeah,
horn
the
mean long?
no, the horn means he's long, and the toilet means they're short.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I guess three horns means just very long.
Yeah, super long. Yeah, my bad. I just realized why you said what you said. I knew that. I knew what that means, but three horn has got to mean something big. Dude, I've been tempted to like open up a spaces by myself and just test out this soundboard.
About 20% are actually usable. That's what you'll come to. 10 to 20.
I gotta push one. I don't want to piss everybody off, but I'm gonna push the bomb. Doesn't mean I'm going short or anything like that. Just making sure everybody knows. Oh, that was horrible. That was so anticlimactic. Shout out to Money Tree Trades. When you're on a 4-hour flight, but you pay for Wi-Fi just to listen to Ace the Kid, TA, M Maximiliano, Bull Trade Finder, IV 21.
Let's go. 25,000 feet in the air.
Yeah, Money Tree Trades. Hope you're having a smooth flight, bro, and I hope you're going somewhere really cool. I got a member in my Discord that once made money in the air. He made like 1,500 while he was on a flight. I thought that was like the coolest thing anyone's ever done.
That's pretty sick. I think Emp made some money in the air last week traveling too, right? That's a yes. I just got an alert. Amazon is trying new high of day here soon. Not quite over pre-market high, but it's getting there. Volume just picked up. We have one listener who asked about what we think about Disney.
Great American company. Great stock. I own long time in long-term portfolio. I'm also very biased, so someone else should answer, hopefully.
So Disney, yes, think of how many children and kids there are on this planet. you can't beat them, join the empire. So long-term vision, there is that thesis. Intraday and a shorter term, the chart does not look pretty. As we can see, it's in a downtrend and broken all the EMAs. So what you need to look for is basically some consolidation to go sideways to find a support. You don't want to be catching the falling knife. You don't know how far this is going to continue to drop. I would assume towards ex-dividend day on Monday, the 8th of July, there might be some short covering. That's probably going to be very short term, and then they have earnings. So I think earnings is going to be the big catalyst for Disney. I hope that helps.
I think that's a pretty good analysis on Disney. You know, on the short term, right now specifically, Disney is approaching 97.46, which we can infer that a little after 10:30, it had a hard time breaking above there. If it does break above there, I could see some continuation towards 97.70, which was pre-market low. But again, that's a 30-cent range. I'm not sure how tradable that is, considering you're not going to be able to get the 0-day option on Disney. It's a weekly contract. But, as far as it goes towards the long-term perspective, just like Evan said, I love it. I love companies that have multiple streams of revenue. Disney Plus, Disney Stores, Disney franchises, um, Disney parks, Disneyland, Disney World, lots of tickets, lots of alcohol being sold, lots of kids coming in there. Gotta love the company. And just like Evan said, the most important part, it's an American company. Love that even more.
IP is king.
IP is definitely king, and that's something Disney holds a lot. Intellectual property is everything, and I'm sure they're finding ways to integrate AI and things like this into their various array of products and services. So, yeah, I just think they got to prove themselves, and I think earnings is going to be the big catalyst because obviously investors would want to see and listen from them what forward guidance they have. So, especially in a very competitive market right now, which AI seems to be the craze. So for me, I'm trying to ride the AI wave until the narrative ends, basically. So there's that. Until the next whatever narrative cycle there is always in the market.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Just taking a little trim.
Yo, does anybody remember Diamond Trades?
Sounds familiar.
One of the former Kane traders, but he's coming back to my Discord, and he's going to be active again. Awesome futures trader. I feel like Evan and Jordan might remember him from spaces back in the day.
Yeah, no, I think I do. I remember the King Cap spaces.
Dude, for me personally, that was a shit show. I was pretty irresponsible at the time. Not gonna lie.
I don't remember them that well, but I definitely remember them happening. I think it's good.
Irresponsible, not as in like doing dumb things on the space, but like as in making it to the space.
Yeah.
After Kane, I kind of like took a year off from Twitter and like went to a bunch of crazy places. And like the cool thing is I had a lot of time to like reflect on everything that I was doing and how I was trading more. And it's pretty cool. I feel like taking some time off from trading when you come back, like you learn a lot more than you'd expect to learn from not doing anything. I'm sure you guys have done something similar. Maybe not that long, but you've definitely taken off like a month or something like that. And, you get to like see what you're doing a bit more clearly. I don't know how to explain it. Dude, I'm trying to figure out what that means, but I feel like you're just pushing buttons at this point.
Order fiddle.
The robot sounds like a slot machine. Eva, anything interesting going on with the NFTs or the weird coins?
Oh damn, 1-0 Netherlands at half. There we go, Liverpool. Meta, getting you the hive days. I have day. If not already there.
Shop. Looking nice. We're holding that. Whoa, is that Google? Google's ripping new high a day here. Wow. Amazon too. With shit on a windrows.
What is Meta going to do a stock split? 500? I can't believe it got down to 80. That's fucking wild. Sniper, you know what's cool? I added AAPX today, the 2x Apple ETF. I got to see like in real time like how quickly it's gonna add it into Blossom. It took that like an hour or something to get in.
1 hour on the dot.
Yeah. No. But like it came in and updated, but it was good to see it do on intraday.
You know, I really wonder. I feel like Blossom's not the problem. I honestly feel like it's a Fidelity issue. Like, I'm gonna have to give Blossom the benefit of the doubt, considering Fidelity's done everything that it's done so far. I could tell you, Evan, we're in for a fun 3 months with this app.
Let's see. Don't stop. SPY over yesterday's high again here. God, this day feels long as hell. Jeez.
Dude, vacation. It
Dude,
fucks
like
with you. It takes a little
yesterday
to get
felt
back.
so short, and then back today, I feel like I've been sitting here all damn day. Oh my gosh.
You also kind of ended the stream early,
Yeah, I
right?
did end the stream early yesterday, so yeah, I ended it like at 9:30 or something.
It's a good way to ease it back in.
Yeah, I had to ease back in, and I just had other shit to do yesterday as well. Just unpack. I needed a goddamn shower after flying in the plane on the way home, and then
You didn't shower at all?
no, I
there?
did,
That's
but
crazy.
like, of course, but
No, fuck with you.
no, but like, you know, when it's 112 out, and the day we came back, basically, my buddy has a house out in Fort Mojave, so what we do is that's where we keep, I mean, all the boats, all the planes, everything we use. So, we drive out there, we grab all the stuff, load it all up, and then drive to the lake from there, which is an hour away. So when we leave, we got to leave the lake, go back to the house, unload everything, which takes hours, because it's not like it's two boats. Like there's like 6 boats that we take. We take jet skis, wakeboards. We got to unpack everything. We had foil boards that we had to undo and pack away. There's like so much shit to do. So I was just out in the heat, sweating my ass off, and then got right in a plane and came home. So I was like, yeah, in need of a shower heavily. I gotta say, an hour and a half plane ride beats a 6-hour drive through the desert any fucking day.
That's fair. It's cool to do once, though.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
wouldn't
I mean,
do a 6-hour drive in the desert, to be honest. But I mean, I
it's
bet you've done that many times.
oh, we've done it so many times, but now I'm at the point. Well, and two, I just like everybody that I go with, they know I have to get up early, and that was the whole reason I flew back. I was gonna drive back, but my brother's grandpa, he was like, "You can fly with me. I got room." So, dude, they have like 4 private planes. It's ridiculous. Seaplanes, little Cessnas. So that's why I want to get my pilot's license too, because when I get my pilot's license, I won't even have to buy a plane. I can just use theirs. Be set.
Dude, that's on my list too. Like, I got driver's
I need a
license.
helicopter license too, but I'm gonna do normal pilots first because I have planes to use right now. If I want to
You
do
got a
that.
boating
So
license, Jordan?
I do have a boating license.
Trim number 2.
What?
Second trim on that long.
Oh,
Shout
let's
out
go.
Knots.
Yeah, I want a plane license, a pilot's license next, because I already got the drivers in the boat. I
Yep.
want more vehicles. It's
And
kind
then
of.
I'm also gonna get certified for diving, scuba diving as well.
I got that.
Oh, you do? That's sick. Yeah, certified diver, dude. It's the dopest shit ever. Something
I got
my buddy that I just went out to Havasu with, he's a certified diver. He does it all the time. He's like, you got to get your cert, bro. So I'm gonna do it.
It's not as hard as you think.
No, I watched him take the test. I was with him when we were like younger. He was taking.
Jordan, is that how you talk with your friends? Is that how you talk with your friends? You gotta take the cert, bro. And so is that just like the whole weekend?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Dude, you gotta get certified for scuba diving. We're going in, bro. Like, you gotta get cert. Bro.
Yeah, I imagine Jordan with his friends. Every sentence starts and ends with "bro."
Dude, bro, dude. It's Cali motherfuckers.
I'm not your dude, bro.
You're my fucking dad, bro.
Bro, I'm not your dude. Dude, I'm not your
But I'm
bro.
top two, and I'm not two, and I am one. Hermes Link. Ice blue mink. Tat on my ribs like I do not know what permanent is. Go shop. About to make a new high day. Who's long
Evan, how's
shop?
my poll?
Shop's along. If you didn't know. So is Tesla. I needed it.
Evan, I'm disappointed the poll came back. This guy stinks is under 50% now.
No, yeah, let's go. All right, we put in some work.
We still got 22 hours.
Guys, pinned up in the nest above. Go vote in the poll. Pick the first option.
Hell of a long here, Noxie.
Great long amp.
I wasn't gonna make the same mistake 2 days
It's
in
a
a row.
double top or it's going to go through. I think it's got it back and
Yeah, my QQQ 440 484 calls are in the money.
So I saw NVDA catching a stick, and I was like, I need to be on the long side of this. AMD too, flagging out. Amazon new high day.
No.
Google's ripping. Meta's Meta.
Order filled.
So I got a random question for the panel. If you had to pick, despite all of the factors of the company that's going on, just your specific company, you're the owner of this company, you don't understand exactly what it does, but you have to pick one of the top 10 CEOs. Which one are you going to pick?
Of every CEO in the world right now?
Jerome Powell.
The top 10 companies. You have to pick one of their CEOs to run your company.
This depends what it is. Just pick a random industry and then we'll go. Shoot.
Let's say that you have a retail company that also sells health insurance that also fills out pharmacy prescriptions.
Does Buffett count? Can I pick him?
Yeah, you could pick Buffett, I think.
Because I feel like he's gonna have the best advisory board around him. No man. This is basically full target for me right here, by the way.
Thought the first answer I heard was going to be Jensen Wong.
No, not a retail company. My mind went to Bezos.
Bezos is
I like that. I like Bezos. I
You
like
don't?
that answer.
Oh,
I
you
like
do,
no, I
yeah.
do like that answer. I don't know if Jensen is the kind of one of the the popular answers right now, but
You would have said anything AI. Or actually,
yeah,
maybe Elon
I mean,
depends. But there's a lot of stuff I would take
Lisa.
Jensen
I
for.
might take Doug McMillan.
Yeah.
There might be better answers. I'm just saying, like in the top 10, you're saying.
Yeah, I evaluated my top 10 criteria by that answer.
Bezos is in the top 10, no matter what you say.
He's top 5.
All right. And let's see Romania get at least one goal. I want to see them, worry into the Netherlands a little bit.
That's full exit. It probably squeezes higher, but my trade played out perfectly here with Knots' confluence.
Shop new high day.
Oh, NVIDIA is ripping.
26%.
I'll look at AMD.
Yeah, baby.
Was Amazon going to get 200?
Letter code.
Oh,
Go shop. I was actually not expecting this move today, so I'm at 26% here. It's almost a $500 bill. I'm gonna trim 2 more. I'm gonna hold 6 cons and let them ride for the swing.
if Amazon gets over 200 here, it could go squeezy. Where's paper?
Yeah, seriously. Run it at times 10.
Do you guys know
Right, look
That
at
bitch got that lit
look
for
at 4 hour.
Are you guys familiar with like Twitter's guidelines pretty well?
Ooh, probably not.
So
Like what? What do you have? Do you have a question on something? What?
yeah, if I posted a video of me shooting a sniper rifle, would I get shadow banned?
No, you're fine.
Nice.
I'm pretty certain you're totally fine.
Nice.
Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, you might want to be careful.
I got like my personal Instagram shadow ban for me posting gun stuff.
Twitter, you can pretty much do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, but I don't want to be one of those like restrictive content pages. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that.
Oh, it might actually do that. It might
With
do
the
that.
gun, it might restrict the
I was gonna
profile.
say,
Yeah, if there are guns.
which is funny because like you could post porn and not get banned at all.
It's a crazy world we live in, you know? I can't post my Glock, but I can post my dick swinging in front of a spy chart, and it's fine.
Do you guys have the content? Do you guys have the content warning thing turned on?
I don't know. I have no idea. Probably not.
Do you see content
No,
warnings?
I not no. So I don't think I do.
So I turned it on. The only reasons because I have heard before that if you interact with those people, it hurts you in the algorithm.
Ooh.
So sorry, sacrifices have to be taken. So I just know to avoid it. But I wonder how many people have it on. And
I don't find myself interacting with anything crazy except for like, dude, the videos of like the dark side of nature and shit. I mean, I'm interacting with those.
no, but it's not even that. If someone posts other stuff and then they comment on your page something, they'll be restricted,
Oh,
even if it's a normal
interesting.
post. Yeah, apparently that hurts you.
Wow.
By the way, I'm putting out a new. We had a Fang, then we had the Magnificent Seven. I'm telling you, there's a new one. And you
What is
ready
it?
for it? Let me pin it up
By
in
the
the
way,
nest above
Evan,
before
I
I
just
say
did
it.
some new positions. I'm ready to
Ooh.
take over this competition here.
And what's the portfolio up like? Like,
So yeah, I'm a
you know
little
what?
behind
At the end
of
of the day, send me
I'm
the
behind of
holdings.
everyone for
At
sure.
the end of the day, send me the holdings. I want to see. I'm curious. Well, we need to do like maybe on Friday. I'll get everyone to at the end of the day message me their thing, and I'll do a little like thread over the weekend, like an update of
How
how
long
everyone's
does it
doing. That could
take
be fun.
to update?
For me, I did it when I bought the 2x Apple ETF AAPX earlier today, and it took like an hour.
brother.
Nuts. What platform are you on?
Yeah, AMP.
I saw your tweet.
What's it called? My calls went up 80% there. I'm still in, and yeah, the future's so hot.
Amazon's about to make a new all-time high. Or the double top of the week.
What are you shooting? Let's see.
Hey guys, so we've seen an astonishing move back to the highs on the QQQ, and even though it is approaching some near-term resistance here, the upside measured move of the inverse head and shoulders that triggered takes us to about 486.60. So again, the markets are moving optimistically ahead of the CPI. We'll see if CPI changes the market dynamics. But overall, there is still some weakness in this market, despite mega cap tech pushing higher. You have the Russell basically getting sold into all day long. The S&P and Qs have firmed up, specifically the Qs. NVIDIA's really pushed back off of the lows. You've had Amazon make and push for new highs. Same thing with Google, Microsoft, Apple still near the highs. Tesla really hasn't pushed for a new high since it made that high pivot around the 10:30 time frame. And it is breaking down slightly at the moment. Some of the solar stocks are catching a little bit of a bid off of the low. Names like Maxon Solar getting absolutely destroyed. Nat Gas still very, very weak on the session. Boyle's down about 4.12. Nat Gas down about a couple percent. Again, all the mega caps have firmed up quite nicely on the session. Quite nicely. Amazon continuing to press for 200 psychological whole number, setting a new all-time high right now, Amazon. So certainly very impressive. The VIX is continuously be by the lows. We're up slightly on our TSLQ. Again, the interesting thing is that the Dixie really hasn't gotten going all day. It did have a nice little bounce off of the lows, but you've seen gold and silver move negative. And that's on the back of yields staying soft, dollar staying soft. So I find that very, very interesting. Another day where gold is not really taking advantage of the softer yields in dollar. And that could be telling us that the gold market might be telling us that in the near term we could see the dollar continue to be a little bit more firm in this region. I gotta watch it closely. QQQ still chugging along quite nicely. And Max and Solar's looking to trigger a bit of an inverse head and shoulders here at the lows of the session. MAXN, it is trying to trigger a bit of an inverse head and shoulders on the 3-minute chart or 5-minute chart. Upside target could take you all the way back to 21 cents, which would be about a 13-14% rally from here. Very risky stock though, a lot of negative press on it. Down substantially. Volume is immense down here. Market cap is basically trading under 10 million, so it's a micro cap penny stock at the very least. You know, in 3 days the company has fallen. 3-bar surge with 2 gaps. It's quite extraordinary. Just 3 days ago this was trading at $1.22. In 3 days this stock is down about 83% or so. In 3 days. That's insane. Moves. Insane moves. And for good reason. Potential fraud. Ongoing lawsuits. Earnings manipulation. Alright, so at the moment Tesla's breaking down. That's starting to go lower, but everything else in mega cap tech land is seeing some positive price. So NVIDIA, Amazon, Meta, Google, Microsoft, Apple all curling to the upside here. Crude oil was strong on the session, looked like it was breaking out, carrying some more positive price, and it ended up getting faded. I think that's one of the reasons why you've seen the market take advantage of this little short-term rally, is because crude oil did not confirm a daily chart breakout today. Seeing a little bit of selling, still very, very strong and elevated at this 83.40 area, but it did get rejected. It did not confirm yesterday's big daily chart breakout. QQQ still continuing. We'll see if this Max and Solar wants to break out. It does look like it's trying. It's certainly trying. It's got a nice little right shoulder forming, but it needs to push here. It needs to push. Extreme oversold condition on the daily, weekly chart. But very, very poor fundamentals against it right now. can't be going. We're seeing Tesla break down a little bit more here as the QQQ is staying fairly elevated. QQQ trading at 485.12, a 0.67%. NVDA still down about 0.94%. So what will it take to get us to the target of 486.60? It would likely take NVIDIA pressing to go green, which could happen. QQQ seeing a little bit of sellers. Tesla's coming down a touch here. Bitcoin still holding 62,000. Look at the dump on Tesla. So again, Tesla took a nice sell-off there. Simultaneously, Microsoft, Google, Meta have kept on pressing. Amazon kept on pressing. Nat Gas getting a slight little bounce here. A very minor bounce. Nike's trying to make a little bit of a move higher here. Still seeing Tesla under a bit of pressure. Bitcoin still staying somewhat firm. Again, Nat Gas doing a nice little spike here. The Russell, though, breaking down. The IWM is now in negative territory. So IWM diverging from the market here. QQQ, again, is the safety trade that I'm observing. People are selling risk assets, i.e. small caps, and they're going right into the mega caps yet again. Even the likes of crypto under pressure. Again, natural gas trying to firm up here. Still down nicely on the session, about 1.9%. You have NVDA still down slightly. Pretty big divergence between Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. Solana is actually showing some positive strength. QQQ coming down a little bit here. NVIDIA getting slightly rejected at pre-market high. Tesla going lower. Our TSLQ is now in the money, almost by about 30 cents. Nat gas seeing a nice little spike as the indices are coming down. Again, the Russell breaking a pretty key neckline. The 10-minute chart of the IWM is seeing a potential bearish formation breaking down here. And the IWM downside target takes us to about 196. 196, what is it, and change. About 196 and a quarter. If this head and shoulders on the 10-minute IWM chart plays out, let's just pull it up quickly. You can see the head and shoulders that I'm looking at is really this area here, that head, and you have a nice right shoulder, and we're testing that little neckline pivot right now. Pivot to pivot, and we are trying in the near term to break down here, but still maintaining some positive price here. So it's a big technical level for the Russell 2000. Yes, I am. I am holding Boyle. So Microsoft continuing to push here and push another new all-time high on Microsoft. It is just chugging along, trading at 458.60, pushing hard. You have Google, Meta also pushing, Amazon's pushing, NVIDIA, Tesla starting to see some sellers again. Macy's trading sub $18 at the moment. Mobileye consolidating nicely. MBLY putting in a daily chart bull flag. WBA still weak on the session, but trying to move up off of the lows. Looks like a little bit of a W pattern at the lows, double bottom. Boyle again, nat gas trying to push up a touch here. Boyle trading at 1388. Seeing the Russell trying to recapture 201. Bitcoin's recaptured 62K. Meta seeing a little bit of sellers at the highs here. NVIDIA still trying to see a little bit of sellers over the last 40 minutes. But now NVIDIA's at a part where it could actually be forming a bit of an inverse head and shoulders here. But it needs a little bit more work, and it hasn't officially broken out. Trading at 122.40, still weak on the session, down about 1.53%. Apple trading at 219.68, up about 1.35%. Volume on Tesla today, 156 million shares currently traded. That's pretty immense. Nat gas doing a little bit of a spike here. I still have a half position on Boyle. B-O-I-L. Microsoft continuing to assert itself. New high after new high after new high. QQQ, new high of day. Notice the Russell recapturing that trend line. No technical breakdown yet. QQQ still marching to that higher boundary target. Amazing strength in the NASDAQ, mega cap tech. Nat gas spiking a little bit more. We're seeing some positive price action coming into Boyle. Hey guys, so the QQQ coming into some resistance here, 486 resistance. Again, the upside target of the head and shoulder inverse head and shoulders takes us to about 486.58, but nevertheless we are running into some resistance here. Still seeing the Qs coming down off of 486. It's almost like Tesla's an inverse ticker of the QQQ right now, which is kind of ironic. But Meta seeing some sellers, Bitcoin making a nice little push higher. So a nice push up in Tesla, while NVIDIA coming in, Microsoft coming in, Google seeing some sellers, QQQ still finding rejection off of 486. So crude oil is continuing to go lower here, which is obviously supportive of higher price. In the near term, the Dixie is also still slowly grinding lower. Nat gas still struggling on the session, but trying to firm up. GameStop's up about 3.6%. Rivian's almost up 7. NVIDIA's still down 1.2. Tesla up about 9. VIX is still sitting at the lows of the session. NVIDIA is now trying to firm up, so you could get another push in the Qs here. Watching NVIDIA closely. NVIDIA can recapture 123. It could actually make a nice end of day push. NVIDIA's on watch here because it's really been the mega cap that is struggling on the session. Kind of have strength everywhere else in the Qs except for NVIDIA. So we've seen this playbook before where they hurt the Qs, they let it struggle in the morning through selling pressure, and then they firm up the Qs all day. Just when we think it's extended, they push up a stock that has a heavy influence in the XLK, semiconductors, and Qs, which that stock could be NVIDIA. If they firm it up, the Qs can push higher. Telling you, copper stocks are getting ready for a big move, in my opinion. Does look like copper wants to bounce here. Where do I think Boyle can go down to? $13 could go down to. Not, but I mean, it's very oversold nat gas, very oversold natural gas, and I am expecting a bounce very soon. Whether it's into the end of the day, whether it's we have to wait for inventories, maybe we get a flush on inventories that takes us lower. But either way, I mean, at some point it should get a technical bounce. It's not like we're not going to be using nat gas anytime soon. So the inventories are going to be pretty interesting because you've had a nice meaningful pullback on nat gas. You've sliced through the 50, the 200, and you've definitely been putting in some distribution here. But the equity resource stocks in nat gas say that on a swing trading basis, there's probably a little bit more downside in nat gas. And again, that I'll show you that chart. But the likes of EQT, AR, they're not really ready to be bought on the swing trade side, which is telling me that nat gas probably wants to go a little bit lower. And it's been trying all day to firm up, but just keeps being sold into. So we are coming up into this 240 support, which is your 50% retrace of what? Your down move to your up move. And then simultaneously, whoops, if I erase this little percentage bar, take a look at this trend line that we're coming into on nat gas. You have to actually go to your weekly pivots. So if you scroll to your weekly chart, nat gas is shaping up for a big retest here. Pivot low, multi-week consolidation right here. Your bounce pivot, your breakdown bar, breakout, back test, that would be the spot, I think, on the swing trade side. But I mean, in this area is not bad, in my opinion, to start accumulating. But I think the better level is piercing 240, 233, understanding it could even go to 221 off of a nasty leveraged sell-off. And that's why these assets overshoot, is because so many people play Boyle and cold, which are ×2, ×3. So I mean, natural gas is already a volatile asset. When you throw leverage on top of it, it just makes it that much more leveraged. Hey, John. Yes, you can make the case for an inverse head and shoulders on FTNT. It's basically trying to break out now, testing the neckline as we speak. On the hourly chart basis, it has broken out, so nice little find. Keep that one on watch, on deck. The only downside is that the daily chart pattern is potentially a bit of a bear flag forming, but again, a smaller time frame is trying to firm up. I do think that you can build longs as long as you stay above that neckline on the hourly chart basis. So even your prior day high at 60.43 is probably a good stop loss zone. Alright guys, I'm going to wrap up the stream here. Unfortunately, I can't take you into the close, but it's been nice trading with you all. Thank you all for tuning in. Remember, stay tuned for more analysis, as I will have a video out a little bit later. There's quite a bit to discuss across the yields, oil, energy, Qs, small caps. But overall, a lot of red on the screen today. Again, you're seeing a safety trade, people rotating back into big cap tech. Russell 2000 was the leading indice at the start of the open, but got faded and pretty much has been trading near the lows of its session up until the last 30 minutes. The VIX making new lows, gold and silver going negative despite yields, and the dollar soft. That's also something interesting to kind of pick through and analyze. Why is gold and silver not really performing here? When again, today yields and dollar are falling. Probably because maybe the precious metals are sniffing out that this little bit of weakness in the dollar is going to be maybe short-lived. On that note, thank you all, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later.